Eminence. Go to me up in the air.
9, 8, 7. We have a go for main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
What is up, SFL Nation? And welcome back to SFL Nights with A.J.Striker. Thank you so much for joining me today or tonight or whenever you decide to hit that play button or turn on that radio dial. Really appreciate it, y'all. And of course, I have my great co-host with me, Mr. Diggy. How are you?
Good. Glad to be back.
Good.
Had a rough weekend, but I'm good now.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it, bro. And of course, Mr. Eddie Gage. How are you?
Pretty good, Ashley. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. It's over here watching you, do your thing, watching you study. So,
Yeah.
we're going to talk about that in a minute too. But thank everybody for joining us tonight. We do have a fantastic show planned for you. Of course, we're going to start off with SFLm minors action, and Diggy and I are actually going to be kind of concentrating on that. And then we're going to slide over to our quarterfinal playoffs that took place over the weekend. And when I tell you exciting ball to watch, if you didn't watch it, you need to go check it out. Definitely worth it. And then we have, I'm sorry, not quarterfinal. Yeah, it is quarterfinals. Okay. And then Diggy actually has our topic of discussion question that he is going to present to us this evening, which is
allowing each team in the pros to designate a scout to go down to the minors.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And then we are going to have our fourth and goal interviews, which will feature Drew Really. There's Ramos Lynn. I have Ace Fenech, and I also have Skinny Washington on the show this evening. So it's going to be a good show planned for you tonight. SFLm was fantastic this week, and I'm so happy that Diggy decided to, make little notes on all of them. So what I'm going to do is just go over all the scores, give you a little bit of a breakdown, and he is going to break it down even further. So SFLm action consisted of the Lexington Miners taking on the Albuquerque Adams, where Albuquerque won 35-20. Lincoln Rattlesnakes took on the Madison Lynx, where Madison won 31-17. The Annapolis Navigators battled the Ottawa Cavalry, where Ottawa won 20-17. And finally, the Tacoma Grizzlies took on the San Jose Flight. The Flight won 20-17. So, Diggy, give us a few facts about these games.
Let's start off with Lexington and the Adams, the one game there. This was one of the only games where one of the losing teams didn't score 17 points. So, like you said, I mean, there's a lot of 17s here. Let's see. The Adams turned it around and won, redeeming themselves from last week. And Lexington went away from what I thought they really needed to do, which was get the run game going with Sanders. I mean, he did good last week, and they kind of went away from that, and I think it cost them. You know, it just seems like this season in the minors. I know you remember last season. Certain teams really passed the ball a lot and went away from the norm of, you know, using the running back heavy stuff. And I think it's bled over into this season. I mean, there's a lot more pass than run this season. And you look at the stats at the end of the game and you see where they had the attempts.
Yes.
But when you're watching it, it's like pass, 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 pass. Let's sprinkle in a little bit more pass and then run a couple times. You know, I mean, it makes for some exciting stuff to watch, and they did a lot of it. They did a lot of passing, but there was some runs for him in that game, but I don't think it was enough to really get him warmed up. And you know, they did some calls like when you think it'd be a run and play because it's a shorter down, and they passed. I think that's maybe just a change that the SFLm's turned it into. But it was a good game to watch. You know, props to the Adams defense and coaching staff for a well scouted game and a great game plan. So that was that one. Madison versus Lincoln. It was, you know, my alumni shocking them again. You know, I don't think anybody expected Madison to play as well as they're playing in that defense, which is usually what Madison's known for, is really stepping up and getting in the quarterback's face and causing turnovers, you know, and if they keep it up, you know, I mean, I know it's still early, but they could bring number 3 home. So we'll see if they can continue that with the defense. You know, their quarterback Thumper, I think he's legit. He's one of the better quarterbacks in the minors. And I mean, right along with Type Attack and, you know, King Jackson and Struthers and, you know, even more. And,
you think Thumper is better than Type Attack right now?
For the overall for the season, you just look at these 2 games, okay? I would take Thumper over Type, because Type Attack had the off game and he made up for it. He was himself this week. What we expected the first week. But if you look at Type Attack as a whole and count last season, Thumper still has a lot to prove. But in these first 2 games, if you just judge it off that, you know, I like Thumper. But
so if you were a GM, would you draft Type Attack over Thumper or Thumper with Type Attack?
I would draft Type Attack, who I know has the experience, and it's not just a one season thing. He's went from what he had last season. He has a totally different set of people. He had a little rough start, you know, getting some chemistry going with him week 1, and then week 2 being able to play like we know Ty plays. So I'd still stick with Ty.
All right, just checking.
Thought you were busy.
I'm multitasking.
Now you.
Okay. So no, lost my spot now. Okay.
You're on Annapolis.
Lincoln did you know, everything they could. Like I said, you know, they were a near perfect team last week. But that pressure Madison put in caused some issues. But there was one play I really wanted to talk about, and you know, the commissioner got on there. It was great awareness by Lincoln when they went to punt and they had that bad snap, went over his head, he got it. Madison got a hand on it to block it, but I mean, he still kicked it about 40 yards down the field. And Lincoln picked it up and ran it back for a touchdown. Did you see that?
I missed that one.
No, it was crazy. But yeah, good job for Madison on that. And Lincoln, I think they'll turn it around next week. But let's go to Ottawa and Annapolis, the 2017 game. This had to be one of the better games of the week for me. It was so close and evenly matched the whole way through. I mean, it was back and forth, scoring tied up, and then one team takes a small lead, etc. You know, both Struthers and Lakeman, you know, having about the same passing stats. and the defense is playing well, but dropping what could have been, interceptions and stuff. It looked like this game was going to go down to the end and come down to who had like the ball last. Annapolis had a chance to win it, but threw that interception, giving the ball back to Ottawa, who closed the game out. So it was a very fun game to watch for the Miners. That one, like I said, was one of the top ones for me. I mean, it was exciting the whole through. So good job to Cherry over there and the guys at Ottawa. So Tacoma versus San Jose. This was another good one. They were. Let's see, what was it? They were both. Yeah, I forgot where I was at here. Sorry, I have my Windows is broken, or my Microsoft account, so I use this little notepad on the computer for this week.
Man, I know about that daggone notepad.
So, okay, this was a good one as well. San Jose Flight were picking the right passes and making the right connections to move down the field. Bacon went down, but the backup did a good job replacing him. Tacoma's offense had a great game, and their defense did enough to keep them in the game. It was kind of a heartbreaker for Tacoma, as they could have won the game in the final minutes, but they threw a pick in the end zone. And I think, they were only down by 3 points, so that could have won them the game. And I think it's just kind of having new players for them, as well as a couple badly run routes by some of the newer people. But that'll improve as progressions go along. And I think that's kind of what decided this game. Props to Tacoma's defense for keeping San Jose from scoring again in the final 2 minutes and trying to stay in it. So that was the reviews.
Well, good stuff. And, I did notice that there was a few interceptions in there. And I noticed also in reviewing all the game stats that if you convert your third downs, at least by 50%, then you are more likely to win the game. I think it was only one team that scored at one with 46% of their 3 point. I mean, 3 point. I'm gonna say third down conversions.
I'm gonna say this, like I mentioned before. I was talking about the passing a lot. Okay, I don't know if it's with having so many new coaches down there that they're all pushing the pass, but I was looking. And because I was feeling a certain kind of way watching these games, man, where's the run at? Are we seeing the I mean, there's no big running backs like Square Bush and all that down there right now. So, I mean, are we seeing the end of the run game? Is this new age football coming into the SFLm? I mean, look at Madison. Madison's 2-0 right now. They've got less than 100 yards rushing in 2 games total.
Right.
They had 8 week 1, 38 this week. Total. So, I mean, you've got, like, here, I'll just name this off. The Adams, 85 rushing yards last week, 74 this week. Madison, 8 and 38. Annapolis, 34 and 44. Lexington had 131 and went away from what worked and only had 59. Then you had San Jose, 92, and that backup came in there and it ended up being 181. Ottawa had 110 last week and 61. Tacoma had 84, 78. Lincoln had 97 and 94. I mean, three games total in 2 weeks, went over 100 yards rushing.
That's crazy. And it does seem that, when you break it down like that, it does seem like the coaches are wanting to pass more. But you do have to train up these running backs. They got to be effective on the field because I'm sure some teams are going to be looking for some. And they can't get them in free agency, then they're definitely going to be looking to the minors and making sure they build up those stats. But, it's week 2. Maybe they're just saving them for, middle of the week, kind of throwing the other team off, things like that. And then, the turnovers. You got to limit your turnovers in order to be, successful, at least have fewer turnovers than the other team, because if you give the other team a chance, they may just score on you. So, we're moving on to week 3 for SFLm action. So the Madison Lynx on October 28th The Madison Lynx will be taking on the Ottawa Cavalry at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be a good game, and I think I'm going to have to go with Madison on this one. Scoring 30 over 30 points last week, being such a dominant force as they are right now. It's kind of hard for me to choose against them.
I'm going Madison too.
Yeah, I'm going Madison as well. You know, Madison's defense has to keep playing at a high level and keep getting in the quarterback space as well as forcing turnovers. But Ottawa's a pretty disciplined team, and you know, so it'll be a good match here. You know, they're somebody's going to get their first loss, right?
Right.
So this will be a good one. I think it'll probably be game of the week for me personally. You know, Madison needs to run the ball more, a lot more. You know, Akamoto powered one in last week with a few yards and chances that they had. So we need to see what his run game is gonna be able to be. I think they need a little bit more balanced attack playing against Ottawa. This isn't the Ottawa of old that we knew, where it's kind of an easy win. No disrespect to anybody, but that's kind of just how it was for a little bit. And they're a serious foe this year. They've proven such already, beating San Jose and Annapolis. They're determined to win these games and fight tooth and nail to stay in it, and they can win them.
Gotcha. Also on the 28th, the San Jose flight will be taking on the Lexington Miners at 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Diggy, who do you have?
I got Lexington. I just did a little quick one for them. Lexington's going to have to play evenly and get their own running back going, as well as find a way to stop Jay-Z Bacon. Bacon has another good game, then Lexington's going to have their hands full. So
I got Lexington also.
You know, I think San Jose Flight is going to take it just because of Jay-Z Bacon. I think that when you have an unstoppable running back, like we will be talking about later on in the podcast, it can be really difficult for your D line to contain them. I'm not saying that Lexington can't, but I think San Jose has found their stride. And I think they may be the San Jose of old, like they were last season. We're going to see about that. On the 28th, the Albuquerque Adams will be taking on the Lincoln Rattlesnakes at 8:45 p.m. Eastern. Who you have?
With the Adams avenging their week 1 loss and Lincoln just losing a tough one to Madison. Last week, this should be another good game as well, but I think I'm going to give this one to Lincoln, even though the Adams have a lot of top name talent on their team. I'm gonna give this one the other way.
I got Albuquerque winning this one also.
I have Albuquerque winning this one as well. Offensively, the Adams have been known for a great offense, probably even better defense. And I think in order to win this game against the Lincoln Rattlesnakes, their defense is going to have to step up. But I think that they will. And October 28th, final game will be the Annapolis Navigators taking on the Tacoma Grizzlies at 9 p.m. Eastern. This is going to be a great game to watch. Diggy, have either of these teams won a game yet?
Tacoma, I'd have to look at the standings real quick. I don't think so. I think both of them are 0-2. Let me double check though, because I don't.
Okay.
Really coming after us in the.
You know they will. You know they will. Let's see, Tacoma. Nope.
They're both 0-2.
Yeah, they're both 0-2. So they're gonna be one of these is gonna be looking for their first win.
All right. So for this one, Tacoma had some struggles in a close game last week, but I think they've seen what they need to tweak a little bit and really come out swinging this week, especially that defense. I'm going to give this to Tacoma. Annapolis is still figuring it out. I give them another week, maybe 2, before being back. It was a tough loss to Lexington week 1 and a close loss to Ottawa last week, but they're getting close. They still need to figure this running back out, but they're on their way.
I'm going to go with Tacoma too. Looking at the way the margin of how each team lost, right? I agree with you, Diggy. It looks like Tacoma has minor tweaks that they would have to do. Week 1, they only lost by 1 point. This week, they only lost by 3. So I think with that being said, if they can contain Annapolis's wide receivers, Tacoma's going to come out victorious in this. I'm
I got
sorry.
Annapolis winning this game.
Annapolis? Oh, okay.
Book it. That's my Stone Cold Lead Pipe Lock of the Week right there.
All right then. Stone Cold Lead
Write it
Pipe.
down, Diggy.
Stone Cold Lead Pipe.
Diggs.
Got him.
Diggs.
Got him.
See, them doesn't make me forget what he said now. I mean, other than the Diggy slip.
He chose Annapolis.
No, Stone Cold
Lead Pipe Lock of the Week.
Too much to type right now.
Nuts. All right. So that brings me to semifinals round that'll be taking place over the weekend. Now, if you thought us picking these last games were going to be difficult, this is going to be extremely difficult because anybody could win at this point. Everybody has what it takes. And they've shown proof, I would say that Arizona are the underdogs in this. If you like to root for the underdog, then you probably would be going for Arizona in comparison to all 3 of these teams. Now,
we're the only low seed to move forward.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Exactly. So it's like Cinderella story, Then you have Mexico City. High octane team, hell of a running game. If you contain one, then you have to contain the other. So you got Phoenix Jones that you have to contain, or you have Ray Bentley, or they could decide to pass on you and go Mike Daggs, It's tough. Then you have London. London and Baltimore have only lost 1 game for the regular season. And both of them have proven to be powerhouses where London has not been in this type of situation before. I don't think, especially since I've been in the league, I've never known London to even make it this far. So that's something to be said for that coaching over there. They finally got the pieces that they needed to do what they needed to do. And Baltimore, they won 3 out of the 4 times they've been there to the big show. Powerhouses, and like I think I mentioned this last week, that special teams can score on you, offense can score on you, defense can score on you. So it's all about, I think, who's going to make the least amount of mistakes. Now, the first game, I'm not sure actually with what positioning they're actually going to be, but London will be taking on Arizona. This is going to be a very interesting game. And I think the key to either one of these teams winning, their defense will have to step up because, of course, both teams can score on you and score high. And whichever quarterback makes the least amount of mistakes, I think that's going to be the secret to win this game. And, of course, I'm going to go for Arizona to win. Gentlemen, what do you got?
I got to pull for at least one underdog here, and that's the only underdog left in it. So I'm gonna go Arizona over London. I think Arizona's on a roll, but yeah, y'all can't keep playing the catch up. I mean, you got to get the lead early in this one and play smart and win and keep the foot on the gas. Like you said, score and score a lot. You've proven y'all can do it, and you've also proven you can step up defensively and take these things out of the sky, pick these balls off. So, I mean, like you said, you're going to hit on all cylinders now versus a team that only has 1 loss on the season. And that's going to be a tough battle, but y'all proven you can do it. And, you've beat everybody that's left before. So I think, if you win this game, it's going to be a tough battle throughout the rest of the playoffs. I mean, you got Mexico or Baltimore to follow that. So even versus London, it's like climbing Mount Everest without the cold weather gear. You know, I mean, it's not that it can't be done. It can be done, but it's gonna be tough, and it's gonna be a battle of strength and willpower. And I think y'all got it to bring to the game. So it'll be a great game to watch. But like I said, I'm gonna pull for Arizona in this one.
2 playoff games in a row we got down early. More so the wild card round than this past weekend. But you're right. We playing against a team that's 11-1 in their house. And as Johnny said, he's mentioned, I think, a couple of times that they've only lost twice at home since he's been the quarterback there. So we got to be ready, man. And, you know, they got a leading candidate for MVP over there in Robert Merrill running the ball. He's been going ham all season. And I can just imagine that Robert was gritting his teeth and salivating, thinking about the production he's going to get after watching what Bullet Bolesky did to us this past week. When I put emphasis on Bullet Bolesky to stop him, he still went ham. So I'm sure he's looking forward to that matchup, as well as their coaching staff, making sure that he's going to be fed often. So it's up to us to try to mitigate the damage, while at the same time being mindful and being mindful of their passing game. So Johnny, you know, like everyone knows, he likes to throw the ball downfield, and we got to be ready for all of that. So we can't pay too much attention to the run game, can't pay too much attention to the passing game. And they also, you know, get to the quarterback, man. I think one of their defensive linemen is like leading the league in sacks or right up there. I forget who. I thought I remember someone mentioning on the broadcast this past weekend. I have to look it up. So we got to be mindful of that too, because they're coming, man. And, you know, we can't mess around. And I think they also lead the league in rush yards allows per game. So DJ going to have a tough time get going. And we got to rise up to the challenge, because we're here now. We can't make any excuses. We just got to find a way to somehow get it done. Johnny already sent me a DM this morning, you know, just kind of a picture of a former LSU quarterback, kind of just looking at the camera like, yeah, we here, bro. So, you know, playing mind games, and we just got to be ready for them. And not a lot of time to do it, but I'm taking today off because I'm tired, and I get to it tomorrow, and go from there and may the best team win. Oh, but of course I'm going to pick us to win because it's my team. I'm not going to say I predicted London to win. Come on.
Right.
But that said, it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough.
Indeed. We've always had this personal thing against London whenever we play each other. You know, I think one time they won against us, they didn't even use Robert. They just passed all game. And I think from that point on, I think that we paid close attention to everything that they did. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But the other game to watch will be Baltimore taking on Mexico City. Very, very, very hard game. Mexico City is gonna pretty much have to play a perfect game, I think, in order to win. Will they do that? I'm not sure. They have the potential to do so. But Ramos, don't get mad. Don't get mad, Ramos. But I really think that as much as I would like to see, you know, the destiny card, you know, continue, I think that Baltimore is going to wind up winning this game. I don't think it's going to be by a large margin, though. But I think they're probably going to win anywhere between 3 and 7 points. They just have too many weapons. I mean, like I said, they can score with their special teams, for God's sakes. So
The last time these two played in the playoffs, Mexico City had them on the ropes. They were up by less, I believe, by like 5 points or something like that, or whatever it was. And it was a 2-score lead, and Baltimore scored with like a minute and change left. And all Mexico City had to do was recover the onside kick, take some knees, and the game would have been over. But they failed to recover the onside kick, and it seemed like it just lit a fire up under Baltimore because they marched downfield after they got it as if Mexico City was playing with 10 men on the field, or 10 players on the field, excuse me, and could not slow them down. And they marched down there and scored. You know, the game was over with like seconds left, and you know, I don't think, you know, I'm sure Baltimore was over there shaking their boots, thinking that game was, you know, done for. But they fought back, took the lead. I think both teams scored in like the high 30s or 40s or something like that. It was crazy because neither team's defense showed up that day. But shout out to Baltimore. They did what they had to do to get it done. And, you know, with this being Matt Wilson's retirement season, you know, his last game, they're going to retire his jersey and ride him off into the sunset. And Mike Dash is also going to retire Matt Wilson's best friend. He publicly announced on the last podcast, during their last game, that he's going to retire at season's end. So, I mean, a lot of people saying that this is Mexico City's season this year. Because of that, I would just hate to be the team to knock them out with all that on the line. But I think with this game being in Baltimore, I think Baltimore takes it. And I think it's going to be another high-scoring affair, too.
So no shade or anything, but I'm pulling for Mexico. The win last week, it's almost like it's written in the stars for them to go the distance this season. I mean, that's just a feeling, but that's what I got to go with. It's more than just a little momentum on their side, and of course, I'd like to see a little change of scenery in the finals. So I think Baltimore and London as a final, it's just a little bit too much powerhouse in the game there. My little crappy laptop I got here might crash. So let's bring it down a little bit. Let's go Mexico beating Baltimore.
So earlier this season, you told me I was picking with my heart and not my head. Is that what you're doing here?
I mean, I don't think I'm picking with my heart. I mean, I think it'd kind of be wrong of me to say that. I mean, I didn't really have the pleasure of knowing or talking to him. So it's just the way everything's playing out with, you know, the extra drive that team has to keep putting the extra time into the playbook and do what they need done to honor their friend's memory. It's a little bit extra being put into these playbooks, you know, so it's showing. And like I said, that win last week, it's almost kind of like one of these movies, but it's the movie of, hey, they made it to the finals. Do they win, or is it one of these ones that get you like, oh man, you know, it's gonna be a good game for sure. Like you said, it'll be a higher scoring game. I don't have much else to say on it. We all know what these two teams can do, so I'll leave it at that.
all right, gotcha. Well, best of luck to everybody. Let's gonna see who shakes up to be in the championship. But on to the topic, the hot topics question that Diggy will present again for us.
It was, should the league let each team in the pros have a scout just that's designated to go down to the minors? They can't comment on anything. They can't nothing like that, but they, you know, can watch and see.
Yes. Yes, they should. Because some coaches are privy to that information. Some teams are privy to that information. And if you're thinking about the fairness of the whole thing, it's not fair for some people to have that advantage and other teams don't. So if you want to make it fair all around, the teams that do not have a representative already in the minors, I'm thinking that they should send a liaison, to be able to oversee how the rookies are in their general chat, not being able to see in the locker room or anything like that. They have to have some kind of privacy, but see how they interact with their brethren. You see how active they are, because unless they're talking in general chat over in the majors, you won't see them, or unless they come on our shows, you won't see them or know anything about them. So I vote
Well,
yes.
my take on it was I think they should, like you said, to make it fair. I mean, unless you got somebody on your team that happens to coach down there or help, do something, or with the teams, you can't see that stuff. And it's not. I've heard people say, "Oh, Big Brother's watching." Big Brother's already watching. You've already got pros in there.
You know what
The
I'm
thing it
saying?
becomes is a fairness. It's a fairness issue now. But it's like, do you, if you don't think that the guys down there aren't saying stuff up to their team about what's going on in the minors, then you got your blinders on. I mean,
Right.
there's stuff getting relayed, and if I know that I can see what's going on down there, and Eddie can't see what's going on down there, and Eddie asked me about a guy that I like and I hope falls to me, I'm gonna say, man, he ain't very active over here. He's because I'm gonna try to do what I can to benefit me. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So it's the fairness part of it, and like I said, they don't need to comment on anything. They don't need to interact with anybody. It's just, is that going to be the type of character person that you're wanting to bring in? Because you can interview people all day, and people can act one way in an interview, and then the second way when they get with you. So it's just like I said, the fairness thing of it, and it's not like you're bringing everybody in. You can have each team's talent scout, and you can give that person to the commissioner at the beginning of the season and say, "This is the one person we want allowed in there. We don't have anybody coaching. We don't have nobody on that side at all. This is our one person. They're not going to interfere, reach out, anything like that. So it's good." So
Eddie?
I concur. I believe to provide fairness for all teams, each team should have either like someone that's in their front office, whether it be a GM or vice president, like they have these days, or whatever the case may be. Each team needs to have one member that has read-only access in there. We don't need to interact with them, but we need to be able to see their mannerisms and see how they interact with the rest of the community. I shouldn't have to rely on other people's input. I want to see it for myself and make my own judgments, and not take someone else's. And I think to provide a fair playing field for everyone involved, it should be that way. They say Big Brother's like watching, like he said, but come on, there's already guys on other teams who are serving as coaches, and I get all that. They have to be down there, but it needs to be equal for everyone, for all teams. Just because I don't have representation down there doesn't mean I don't want to at least see it and be a part of it. I don't really speak much in Gen Chat, but I go up there and I watch a lot of stuff. I like to see how those rookies down there are interacting. I may not say nothing, but I'll be there. Trust me. And I'm just watching to see how people interact and see how often they interact. See if they do things outside of just talking. Like you got guys who post stuff in a player content channel. I'm watching all of that stuff and say, hey, that could be a guy we can use for social media. You know what I'm saying? So it's little stuff like that we need to be a part of it. And anything short of that, in my opinion, is just unfair.
Yeah. Well, seems like we're all in agreement for that. And with that, we're going to slide over to fourth and goal interviews. Coming right up. That is it. SFL Nation, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Special thanks goes out to Drew Really, Skinny Washington, Ramos Lynn, and Ace Fenech for being on the show. Really appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. And of course, I appreciate my guys, my co-hosts with the most, Diggy and Eddie. Please give us some good words of wisdom. Until next week.
Today in the locker room, Jay Hayden posted, we usually take turns, whether it's me or Big Dog, posting like motivational quotes and stuff like that.
Moore.
That's Big Dog.
But people don't know that.
My bad, Sean Moore. But today Jay Hayden posted one from a source that's all they do on Instagram is post motivational speeches and quotes and stuff like that. So I think stuff like that is important. Hopefully all teams do stuff like that. And it motivates me and pushes me for sometimes when I just don't feel like doing something or getting up and going to work or to provide for my family or, keep grinding with the playbook, trying to, find a way to win a game, whatever the case may be, So shout out to Jay Hayden for doing that, bro. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate everything you've done for us. And y'all know what it is. Arizona, I love y'all.
We ain't gonna hear the quote. I thought that was leading up to the quote. Am I the only one that thought that was leading up to the quote?
Yeah, I actually thought you was gonna say what it was too.
What?
What he posted in the locker room, man.
Yeah, you built that up. We were waiting for the quote.
It wasn't a quote. It was actually a lady talking. She was doing like a seminar or something. She was talking for like maybe 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I thought you meant it was like one of these little quotes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you can drop that link in the description.
Yeah.
I got you.
No, my advice is just coming from this week. It's tough to lose any game in the league, but especially to lose a playoff game and have one of the rare chances to get up there, because it's hard to get there for you all. It's hard for the coaches to get us there, and I appreciate the work, but no matter what, I mean, we all put a little bit into this, not as much as the coaches, but some of us put a lot into it, and it's, you get in your feelings when you get a loss. So don't, just be smart. Don't stay in them. Just, take the night off, come back and post something in the locker room the next day. You don't have to say something right away. You might say something you regret saying later, or just take a couple days away from it, gather yourself, and come back. And it really wasn't that bad, So that's mine. That's mine. Don't lose and rush to retirement. Don't lose and say I'm done with it. Don't nothing. Just, I'm done with this team. Don't do none of that. Just take it for what it is, and come back and gather yourself, and then readdress it.
Right. You're right. It is sometimes better to take a second, especially if you're in a heated situation. Kind of walk away.
I just posted that quote, by the way, in the chat.
Yeah, I saw
that link.
I got it. I'm gonna make sure it goes into the description. But sometimes it is best to kind of take a step back, reassess the situation, especially if you're very heated about something, because you don't want to make the situation worse. And then I think, we kind of learned that. Skinny and I, kind of talked about that a little bit. And so very good conversation. I can't wait for y'all to check it out, But one of the main reasons, besides me wanting to win the championship for the team, because everybody, that has been with us from day one, everybody that has joined us when they didn't have to, everybody that decided to stay, when they could have went somewhere else, chasing rings or being with friends or whatever. I want to win for those people that stayed, but especially for you, Coach. I remember all the times, that you would put in the locker room, like, yo, I'm traveling here and there, but I'm taking my Xbox with me. all the times that you were up night after night worrying about it, like you said, you was physically stressing out about this Florida game. To see a coach work as hard as you do, and when you first got the team, people didn't think that you could even work the offense, being real, because you were known for defense. So they just wasn't sure what you would do. And to see that you've grown so much, not only do I want to win for the team, but I definitely want to dedicate, if we are the champions this year, it'll be dedicated to you for all of the work that you put into it, for all the times you stayed up trying to figure out what progressions is going to go where, and then teaching us how to do the same. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of time. Drew really just said that he spent over 200 days game planning, simming, all of that. And so if we win this, man, it'll be just that. That'll be for you because you deserve it.
Appreciate it.
But guys, looking forward to bringing you another great podcast next week. But until then, y'all, stay safe, treat each other well. For Eddie, for Diggy, Striker, we're out. All right, Diggy. Now, I remember last season you noticed a trend that was going on, and I was wondering if you would elaborate on that a little bit.
Last season, I brought up is playing in the SFLm championship a curse? Because season 1, the Lynx won versus Ottawa, and the next season they both went 4-4. Then in season 2, the Adams won versus Birmingham, and I mean this is the only occurrence this was. The Adams went on to be 8-2 next season and lost in the playoffs, but Birmingham went 1-7 and then left the league. Okay, season 3, Salt Lake City won versus San Jose Flight. The next season, Salt Lake City went 3-5. San Jose went 3-5. Then in season 4, the Lynx won their second title versus Lexington. And the next season, the Lynx went 1-7, no playoffs, and Lexington went 3-5, no playoffs. So Albuquerque and Ottawa have a chance to change that this season. We'll see.
I kept saying this.
Albuquerque's 1-1, and Ottawa's 2-0 currently. So now people said, hey, coaching staff changes, players get drafted. I mean, that all don't matter if you're, like people said, you work with what you got, right?
Indeed, you do.
So
good stuff, Diggy. Well, we're going to see if that actually holds true this year, because now that you brought it, to the forefront, we can kind of keep an eye on it. It'd be interesting. All right, so we are sliding over to the quarterfinals. Now, when I tell you these were some fantastic games to watch, the teams, everybody that participated had that fire, had that gumption. I mean, it was crazy how some teams came from behind to win that was down. Some teams just dominated, and you can tell the caliber of coaching when you see these games like this, because I don't think anybody was comfortable at any point. And that's the beauty of football, right? That's the emotional content that we pay for. So, first game is going to be the London Knights taking on the Sioux Falls Sparrows. Now, London won 49-35. Sioux Falls had 360 yards passing, 107 yards rushing for 467 yards total. Their time of possession was 21 minutes, 23 seconds with 4 mistakes. London had 297 yards passing, 163 yards rushing for 460 yards total. Time of possession was 21 minutes, 3 seconds, 4 mistakes. So, only difference is, it seems that London had more of a running game than Sioux Falls did. Sioux Falls definitely surpassed them in the passing. They both ended up with around about the same amount of total yardage with 7-point difference. Even the time of possession was very close. Sioux Falls held the ball 20 more seconds than London did, but they both had 4 turnovers. So, gentlemen, what do you think was a secret to London winning this game?
I really thought Duncan had a great game. I mean, he had that one long break. People, what was it, 3 tackles he broke, went the distance. I thought he was going to get them ahead and win the game for Sioux Falls, but the difference to me was London getting all them pick sixes. I mean, that's killer. You know, it was just too much for them to overcome. It was a great game by London, and not just offensively, but defensively. I mean, Sioux Falls did everything they could to stay in the game and fought hard until the end. So, like I said, Duncan had such a good game. I thought he was going to be able to get the win for him, but didn't play out.
The 2 pick sixes early in the game before the fans even sat down just put Sioux Falls in too big of a hole to overcome. I mean, they forced 5 picks on Johnny 2K, but or is he London 2K? I forget what it is these days, but international 2K or whatever. But they forced 5 picks, but it still wasn't enough, man. Those 2 pick sixes, man, it's hard to come back from 1, let alone 2. But they kept battling back, but it just wasn't quite enough. You know, like I said, they forced Johnny to throw 5 interceptions, but Robert Mera was just not to be denied this weekend, and they did what they had to do to get the win.
Let me ask you this: what's the most pick sixes you've seen in a game? Because I think there was London had 2, and then Sioux Falls had a pick of their own, wasn't it? So that's 3 pick sixes in one game.
Yeah, that might be correct. I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Good stuff, gentlemen. Either way, hell of a game to watch. Another hell of a game to watch was the Vancouver Legion taking on the Mexico City Aztecs, where Mexico won 35-28. Was not an easy win for Mexico. As a matter of fact, they found themselves behind the ball twice in the game. But Mexico City had 154 yards passing, but 226 yards rushing for 380 yards total. Did
she just mute herself?
Yeah.
She just muted herself.
She did.
Yeah, my son was going off back here for some strange reason.
Oh, okay.
But Mexico City held the ball for 29 minutes. 58 seconds with no mistakes. Vancouver, on the other hand, had 340 yards passing, but only 49 yards rushing for 389 yards total. Their time of possession was only 13 minutes, 23 seconds with 4 turnovers. Vancouver scored 7 points in the first quarter, 14 points in the second, and 7 points in the fourth, where Mexico City scored 3 points in the first, 7 in the second, 10 points in the third, and 15 points in the fourth quarter. So, off jump, I think the Mexico City definitely got their rushing game involved early and often in comparison to the 49 yards that Vancouver had held Robert Redford. And they couldn't recover from that. And then the time of possession, 13 minutes, 23 seconds, and comparatively to damn near 30 minutes for Mexico City having the ball. It's crazy. But gentlemen, what are your thoughts?
Mexico City got down. It was a tale of 2 halves.
Mm-hmm.
Mexico City was trying to establish the run game in the first half. And Vancouver did a reasonable job of containing them. They couldn't, they was forcing Mexico City to remain one-dimensional. And, in the first half, Vancouver was having their way offensively to a certain extent. But that second half came, I don't know what Ramos told those guys at halftime, but perhaps he told them, hey, if we lose this game, we go home. I'm not sure, but that halftime speech must have been amazing, because in that second half, they just kind of flipped the switch and were not to be denied. I remember the broadcasters was saying that perhaps Mexico City needs to get away from their run game, and I could not disagree with that more, because that's Mexico City's bread and butter. And sure enough, they ended that game dominating time possession, Phoenix Jones and Ray Billy went off, and in that second half, and just established and set a tone of how that game was going to go. And they got some timely stops on defense as well that allowed them to continue with that run game, and pretty much just ran the ball down their throat in that second half, and dominated the second half and walked away to win.
All right, Diggy, what you got?
I'm not gonna lie. I thought Mexico was gonna.
Bro, we can't hear you.
Diggy, you're
I
muted.
know. I just moved my list.
See, y'all.
No, okay. No, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that Mexico was gonna end up losing that game with Vancouver being up 14-3 and then 21-10. I mean, it seemed like it was gonna flow in Vancouver's favor, and I mean, what resilience by Mexico City to keep finding a way to get back in the game over and over, and to have it pay off, taking the lead in the fourth, only to have Vancouver answer right back. For this game to come down to the final minute, you couldn't have asked for a better ending in a playoff game. Mexico goes up by a touchdown and closed it out with an interception. I mean, it just goes to show you that you have to play hard until the final whistle blows, and you're never truly out of the game.
Good advice. Good advice. Oh, Diggy. The DC Dragons took on the Baltimore Vultures at Sports Gamers Online Stadium, and Baltimore won 31-21. Now, 1 second. Pull that up. DC
you had
had
to put me in the middle here. You had to put me in the middle. You couldn't rip the Band-Aid off quick.
I mean, get it over with, man. Get it over with. DC had 325 yards passing, but 66 yards rushing for 391 yards total. Their time of possession was 20 minutes, 43 seconds with 3 mistakes. Baltimore had 255 yards passing with 138 yards rushing, 393 yards total. Their time of possession was 22 minutes, 37 seconds. No mistakes. DC scored their first points in the third quarter, scoring 7 points and 14 in the fourth, whereas Baltimore scored 7 points in the first, 10 points in the second, 7 points in the third, and 7 points in the fourth quarter. So, Diggy, man, what happened?
Well, I mean, congrats to Baltimore. It was a great game for them. Continuing to play at a high level despite the multiple injuries they took in that game. I mean, that didn't even faze them. They just kept pouring it on. But DC, had to play a mistake-free game, and it didn't happen. I said it last week, and it is what it is. Got to be more consistent, and we weren't. And I mean, it looked good for us at the beginning until we threw that interception. I mean, I was still pretty happy holding Baltimore. I mean, anytime you can say you held Baltimore to 7 points in a quarter, it's pretty good. So I felt good exiting the first quarter, and then the floodgates opened up, man. And I mean, what else can I say? It was interceptions, getting beat on the play down the field, or we just had to play more consistently than we did, and we didn't have the cards in our favor. And I mean, we were missing those kicks too that I brought up. I mean, we were so close to blocking punts and field goals. We just were a fraction of an inch off, and a couple of them, like I mentioned before, we had the guy bust the line and then politely clear the way for them to kick the field goal. He just stood there and watched him, and it's just crazy. It's crazy seeing that, and but props to them, and it was a well coached and played out game. And I'm not leaving the season with my head hanging. I'm still looking at it as a win for us, because I mean, I was part of the team, and all the guys were part of a team that had a record set for most wins in the DC franchise history. So you can still leave with a win on the season and come back next season and get back at it. But I wish all the teams luck that are still in it.
Good words, Diggy. No, that was tough, bro. But
Taking on the
Eddie,
2-time champions, or 3 rings, but two seasons straight, they've brought home the hardware. So you knew it'd be a tough game, and you know Baltimore in the playoffs is gonna bring it. And DC had just beat them last season, I think in week 12, so, or 13, whatever it was. And so you know, I know the work that they're putting in over there, because I was talking to Destro earlier in the week, and he was stressing out over the playbook and trying different things, and new wrinkles, trying to put a game plan together, but they fell short. You know, like he said, Baltimore had guys go down. Warren Murray went down early in the first. One in the corners, I forget which one, got hurt in the second half, and
Stacking paper.
Yeah, been stacking paper. And it seemed like it didn't matter. Their backup running back came in and had a long, I think 60-yard plus run touchdown down the right side. I'm like, man, dude, we got to check those guys roster file for some digital PED usage or something, man, because the backups come in, they don't skip a beat. And it's like, goodness, man, what are you going to do with these guys? They blowing teams out the water. But, Destro, like he said, congratulations on a great season for DC. They came and won 8 games this season, and this one just got away from them. But nothing to take to lower your head down and shame over, because they fought hard. They played them twice. 2 of their losses came from that Baltimore team. So I mean, congratulations on a heck of a season, DC, Shabazz, and Destro. I'm sure you guys will be back next season, making another deep playoff run, and maybe they can get a different seeding and they get away from the champs into the championship round or something. Who knows?
Yeah, I give props to Destro and Steven for putting in the hours and good job on the season. I know it's tough for them, more tough for them than it is for us, and we're just watching. But the division they're in, and having to play Baltimore 3 times in 1 year. I mean, there's teams that probably hope they don't play them 1 time in a year. And to constantly have to play them twice in the same season. I mean, it's just you can't look at it like, oh, DC's not that good. I mean, they're playing the top of the top twice a season, so you got to take that into account. Mm-hmm. So I look forward to what they got to come next year. So, well, back to the books.
Yeah,
indeed, and that is something to be said, though. I mean, anytime you have to play Baltimore twice, I think when you play some of the best teams and you get that practice, that can only make you better. That can only make you a stronger team in the end, because eventually you will get that win, like we did, So, yeah, do not, any of the teams that, from Sioux Falls, Vancouver, and DC, and even Florida, don't hang your heads low, because you guys had a fantastic season, and none of these games were easy. None of these games were easy to call. None of these games were easy to really just sit through and watch. You're on pins and needles the whole time. So I think we all made it a good game. We gave the people what they wanted to see, and to those that didn't make it, I'm sure I'll see you here next year. Next season. But last game was the Arizona Scorpions taking on the Florida Storm, where Arizona won 36-35 in a nail biter to the end, and it took Cliff Allen to come through and the defense to make that stop that was absolutely necessary to win that game. Arizona had 449 yards passing, 74 yards rushing for 523 yards total. Time of possession was 24 minutes and 24 seconds with 1 turnover. Florida had 194 yards passing, 204 yards rushing for 398 yards of total offense. Time of possession was 19 minutes and 21 seconds with 1 mistake. Florida scored no points in the first quarter, 21 points in the second quarter, 7 points in third and fourth quarters, where Arizona scored 3 points in the first, 14 points in the second, 9 points in the third, and 10 points in the fourth quarter, including that 3-pointer that was absolutely necessary from Cliff Allen, a 56-yard kick, and he made it. We had the
That's
win.
a fair record.
We had the win, but for him to be as accurate, dead center as he was, we were all in game day chat listening, and well, I was watching it, and I can just feel the anxiety, and I just Cliff going out there at that last second and just like, this is our season, this is a make or break moment, and to see that ball go through the uprights. We had 5 seconds left, so anything could happen, but we were just so relieved just to have that. Y'all should have heard it. It was crazy. Florida definitely had a better running game than we did. Charlotte Bully Boletsky gave us fits this whole time, and you can see how powerful he was during that game. But I think it was the never give up mentality of the Arizona Scorpions and the lack of turnovers, even though we both teams had one mistake. If it had been 2 or 3, probably would have ended. It wouldn't have ended like this. But gentlemen, what do you have to say about it?
Go ahead, Eddie. It was your game, man.
Coming into this game, I remember I was talking to Cam on the phone, and I think it was like Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. No, I think it was Tuesday. And I'm talking to him, and he goes, "Eddie, what's wrong?" I said, "What you mean?" He said, "You don't sound like yourself. You sound sick." And I said, "I'm gonna be honest with you, Cam. I've been fighting headaches the past 2 days. And I think it's, the anxiety of this game coming up because I'm playing against a legend, a mentor, 3-time champion, somebody who I respect a lot in this league, and the pressure's on me, man, because I'm not ready to go home. I promised these guys I was gonna get us to the dance. I didn't say when, but I promised them, and every time you get there, it's not guaranteed you're gonna get back there again. So I'm not ready to go home yet, and the pressure of this game is just mounting on me. And he recommended that I get some sleep and rest up so I can recuperate and come back stronger. And I halfway listened, because when I tried to sleep, I really couldn't sleep because the game was just on my mind. And but I got through it and submitted the playbook, and I don't recall being more nervous in my life. I've turned in playbooks before and versus other teams, and I was 90% sure we were going to get the dub. I never tell the players that because I don't want to get them, overconfident, stuff like that. But then there's also times I turn it in, I'm like, man, this could go either way. And that was one of those times. On the road in Florida, we had never won there before. And so when the game started out and Bullet had that long touchdown run, I'm like, oh, here we go. Because in none of my sims, he don't get me wrong. In my sims, he had his moments, but not like yesterday. He just went off. I think he had like 3 long runs. I'm like, come on, man, give me a break. Can we just catch a break? But we just never could. And we were trading field goals for touchdowns early, and the offense couldn't stay on the field, and the defense couldn't get off the field. But like Ashley said, 21 points in that second quarter they scored. I'm like, okay, they scored 21, but we still relatively in it. We get the ball back at the second half, we're gonna be all right. And then sure enough, they come out and they get a pick on like the second play of the drive. I'm like, oh. And then you can just kind of hear the locker room because we had the VC going on, and you can hear guys getting kind of dejected. No one was giving up, but you could just hear like, oh man, we did not need that.
I was turning over chairs and shit.
Yeah. But we weathered the storm though. I think we limited them to a field goal. And then all of a sudden our offense woke up and we started doing our thing, and I'm like, okay, we got a chance, everything looking good. I shouldn't say good, but positive. And I think we got a shot at this. And sure enough, late in the fourth, it's a nail biter, and like Mighty calls them a lemon booty game where it could go either way. And I'm like, oh my God. And I remember it was fourth down. We went for it. And no, I'm sorry. On third down, we went for it. Third down, we passed. And I think it was Connor Weston who was wide open. And I mean, wide open. And Ashley somehow overshot him. If you go back and look at him, I mean, he is wide open. And I'm like, what just happened? So I'm trying to see if he got bumped off his route or what's. I rewind the thing that's on YouTube, and he wasn't bumped. She just missed him. And she had no pass rush on him. Like, oh my God, man, what the heck? You know, and you know, so like, okay, so now it's fourth down. We go for it. Didn't get it. But we got all 3 timeouts. I'm like, okay, that wasn't good. But we got a shot. But we got to find a way to get Bullet Bolesky not to get a first down. And somehow we did. And on third down, my player Gage got hurt, broke his hand. And that gave us an additional timeout. Now, people are telling me that happened inside the 2-minute warning. Well, I know when the clock stopped, it said 1:57. But I thought that the play started ahead of the 2. I'm going to have to go back and look at it because I thought the play started before the 2-minute warning. And by the time the play was over, it was after the 2-minute warning because they're saying that the injury gives a timeout, a free timeout. But I'm going to have to go back and look at that because I could swear that was outside the 2-minute warning when the play started. But neither, if it did, it gave us an extra timeout that we ended up needing. And we get the ball and we driving downfield. And TJ Punk catches that post route. And he breaks the tackle, he's running. And then for some reason, he like stops and does a stutter step before going out of bounds. And I'm yelling at the TV, bro, you could have got a few extra yards that we need right now. And with us not having any timeouts, we couldn't afford to go for it anymore because if we get tackled in bounds, the game is over. So we go out there. And one thing I noticed, because, dude, I pay attention to every detail. Like every detail about this game, I'm paying attention to it. And like, for example, a lot of players, they go out and they watch people they player lined up at and they follow them around. Like EJ the Q, he always telling about how he always let that guy get through there for a sack where he missed an assignment on the run block, stuff like that. I look at the whole picture, like the whole picture. I'm looking at everything. And so one thing I noticed throughout the game is anytime we were going toward the west end zone on the kickoffs, the ball was going deep in the end zone. And sure enough, on that drive, we was going toward the west end zone. So we went for it on 56 for the 56-yarder. I said this ball is either gonna come up just short of the crossbar, it's gonna hit it and bounce in or out, or it's gonna just get over. And man, when that thing cleared, if you stop back, I put a picture of it in the locker room, Ashley. It like just there was no if it was another 3 inches, it would have missed. I mean, it just went over the. I mean, just barely. It probably skimmed it on the way over there. And it went in, and the locker room, that voice chat went bananas, man. But like 2 seconds after it went across, I was already locked back in. The first thing I did was look at the clock and say, okay, it's 8 seconds. Guys in there saying, oh, yeah, we got a good game. Like, no, bro, slow down. It's 8 seconds. It might be a kickoff return or something. Just relax. So we end up holding them down on the kickoff return. And when they lined up and I saw the formation, they was in, I'm like, yeah, this game over. We got it. And, man, it was like, to me, while I was elated, we've been in the Final Four before. So I was happy, but it was more like aspirin rather than elation. It was like, good, thank goodness, man. I needed something for that migraine because I've been there before. I got bigger dreams. So, you know, it was, don't get me wrong, it was great to win, but man, it was even better because, you know, I beat a guy who I respect so much in this league. Man, I love him like a brother. We talk all the time. So,
it was a great game. You know, the back and forth, the great plays, the great blocks and runs. I mean, this game really had it all, and how tight this game was, and how it was how a playoff game should be. I mean, if you're watching from home, it's one of those close, exciting ones that you like to watch. But it's a different story when your players on the field and you're watching them, or you're the coach, like Eddie said, you know, or owner. I mean, it's a totally different situation for you. But it was a great game by Punk and Moses and heck, even Will Todd. How does that big boy get horizontal to the ground and jump out and catch a pass? You don't see tight ends, big boys like that, doing things like that. It was good to see. In Florida, looked like they had y'all's number. Every time y'all got close, they pulled away again. And it happened like that until the very end. And congrats to you on almost an 80% completion rating for that game. I mean, that was good. You said, the one interception and good job on that last pass to get everything lined up for y'all to get in that field goal position. But I'm going to tell you what I thought watching it. And you already know what I thought watching it. When it comes down to a field goal to end the game, I get flashbacks. I mean, I was like, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I hate when it comes down to a field goal like that, but congrats on the win, both of you. I mean, like you said, Eddie, I'm sure you're more than relieved, but you can't be relieved for too long because you got some stiff competition coming up, and it's going to be some work. But great.
If Bullet Bolesky went off like that, imagine what Robert Mara could do.
Exactly. But because you've had the practice with one of the best running backs in the league, it's not impossible. All right. So that brings me to semifinals round that'll be taking place over the weekend. Now, if you thought us picking these last games were going to be difficult, this is going to be extremely difficult because anybody could win at this point. Everybody has what it takes. And they've shown proof, I would say that Arizona are the underdogs in this. If you like to root for the underdog, then you probably would be going for Arizona in comparison to all three of these teams.
Now, we're the only low seed to move forward.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Exactly. So it's like Cinderella story, Then you have Mexico City. High octane team, hell of a running game. If you contain one, then you have to contain the other. So you got Phoenix Jones that you have to contain, or you have Ray Bentley, or they could decide to pass on you and go Mike Daggs, It's tough. Then you have London. It's only London and Baltimore. They've only lost one game for the regular season. And both of them have proven to be powerhouses where London has not been in this type of situation before. I don't think, especially since I've been in the league, I've never known London to even make it this far. So that's something to be said for that coaching over there. They finally got the pieces that they needed to do what they needed to do. And Baltimore, they won 3 out of the 4 times they've been there to the big show. Powerhouses, and like I think I mentioned this last week, that special teams can score on you, offense can score on you, defense can score on you. So it's all about, I think, who's going to make the least amount of mistakes. Now, the first game, I'm not sure actually with what positioning they're actually going to be, but London will be taking on Arizona. This is going to be a very interesting game. And I think the key to either one of these teams winning, their defense will have to step up because, of course, both teams can score on you and score high. And whichever quarterback makes the least amount of mistakes, I think that's going to be the secret to win this game. And, of course, I'm going to go for Arizona to win. Gentlemen, what do you got?
I got to pull for at least one underdog here, and that's the only underdog left in it. So I'm gonna go Arizona over London. I think Arizona's on a roll, but yeah, y'all can't keep playing the catch up. I mean, you got to get the lead early in this one and play smart and win and keep the foot on the gas. Like you said, score and score a lot. You've proven y'all can do it, and you've also proven you can step up defensively and take these things out of the sky, pick these balls off. So I mean, like you said, you're going to hit on all cylinders now versus a team that only has one loss on the season, and it's going to be a tough battle. But y'all proven you can do it, and you've beat everybody that's left before. So I think if you win this game, it's going to be a tough battle throughout the rest of the playoffs. I mean, you got Mexico or Baltimore to follow that. So even versus London, it's like climbing Mount Everest without the cold weather gear. I mean, it's not that it can't be done; it can be done, but it's gonna be tough, and it's gonna be a battle of strength and willpower. And I think y'all got it to bring to the game. So it'll be a great game to watch. But like I said, I'm gonna pull for Arizona in this one.
2 playoff games in a row we got down early. More so the wild card round than this past weekend. But you're right. We playing against a team that's 11-1 in their house. And as Johnny said, he's mentioned, I think, a couple of times that they've only lost twice at home since he's been the quarterback there. So we got to be ready, man. And, they got a leading candidate for MVP over there in Robert Merrill running the ball. He's been going ham all season. And I can just imagine that Robert was gritting his teeth and salivating, thinking about the production he's going to get after watching what Bullet Bolesky did to us this past week. When I put emphasis on Bullet Bolesky to stop him, he still went ham. So I'm sure he's looking forward to that matchup, as well as their coaching staff, making sure that he's going to be fed and fed often. So it's up to us to try to mitigate the damage, while at the same time being mindful and being mindful of their passing game. So Johnny, everyone knows he likes to throw the ball downfield, and we got to be ready for all of that. So we can't pay too much attention to the run game, can't pay too much attention to the passing game. And they also, get to the quarterback, man. I think one of their defensive linemen is like leading the league in sacks or right up there. I forget who. I thought I remember someone mentioning on the broadcast this past weekend. I have to look it up. So we got to be mindful of that too, because they coming, man. And, we can't mess around. And I think they also lead the league in rush yards allows per game. So DJ going to have a tough time get going. And we got to rise up to the challenge, because we're here now. We can't make any excuses. We just got to find a way to somehow get it done. Johnny already sent me a DM this morning, just kind of a picture of a former LSU quarterback, kind of just looking at the camera like, yeah, we here, bro. So, playing mind games, and we just got to be ready for them. And not a lot of time to do it, but I'm taking today off because I'm tired, and I get to it tomorrow, and go from there, and may the best team win. Oh, but of course I'm going to pick us to win because it's my team. I'm not going to say I predicted London to win. Come on.
Right.
But that said, it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough.
Indeed. We've always had this personal thing against London whenever we play each other. I think one time they won against us, they didn't even use Robert. They just passed all game. And I think from that point on, I think that we paid close attention to everything that they did. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But the other game to watch will be Baltimore taking on Mexico City. Very, very, very hard game. Mexico City is gonna pretty much have to play a perfect game, I think, in order to win. Will they do that? I'm not sure. They have the potential to do so. But Ramos, don't get mad. Don't get mad, Ramos. But I really think that as much as I would like to see, the destiny card, continue, I think that Baltimore is going to wind up winning this game. I don't think it's going to be by a large margin, though, but I think they're probably going to win anywhere between 3 and 7 points. They just have too many weapons. Like I said, they can score with their special teams, for God's sakes. So
The last time these two played in the playoffs, Mexico City had them on the ropes. They were up by less, I believe by like 5 points or something like that, or whatever it was. And it was a 2-score lead, and Baltimore scored with like a minute and change left. And all Mexico City had to do was recover the onside kick, take some knees, and the game would have been over. But they failed to recover the onside kick, and it seemed like it just lit a fire up under Baltimore because they marched downfield after they got it as if Mexico City was playing with 10 men on the field, or 10 players on the field, excuse me, and could not slow them down. And they marched down there and scored. The game was over with like seconds left, and I don't think, I'm sure Baltimore was over there shaking their boots, thinking that game was, done for. But they fought back, took the lead. I think both teams scored in like the high 30s or 40s or something like that. It was crazy because neither team's defense showed up that day. But shout out to Baltimore. They did what they had to do to get it done. And, with this being Matt Wilson's retirement season, his last game, they're going to retire his jersey and ride him off into the sunset. And Mike Dash is also going to retire Matt Wilson's best friend. He publicly announced on the last podcast, during their last game, that he's going to retire at season's end. So, a lot of people saying that this is Mexico City's season this year. Because of that, I would just hate to be the team to knock them out with all that on the line. But I think with this game being in Baltimore, I think Baltimore takes it. And I think it's going to be another high-scoring affair, too.
So no shade or anything, but I'm pulling for Mexico. The win last week, it's almost like it's written in the stars for them to go the distance this season. That's just a feeling, but that's what I got to go with. It's more than just a little momentum on their side, and of course, I'd like to see a little change of scenery in the finals. So I think Baltimore and London as a final, it's just a little bit too much powerhouse in the game there. My little crappy laptop I got here might crash. So let's bring it down a little bit. Let's go Mexico beating Baltimore.
So earlier this season, you told me I was picking with my heart and not my head. Is that what you're doing here?
I don't think I'm picking with my heart. I think it'd kind of be wrong of me to say that. I didn't really have the pleasure of knowing or talking to him. So it's just the way everything's playing out with, the extra drive that team has to keep putting the extra time into the playbook and do what they need done to honor their friend's memory. It's a little bit extra being put into these playbooks, so it's showing. And like I said, that win last week, it's almost kind of like one of these movies, but it's the movie of, hey, they made it to the finals. Do they win, or is it one of these ones that get you like, oh man, it's gonna be a good game for sure. Like you said, it'll be a higher scoring game. I don't have much else to say on it. We all know what these two teams can do, so I'll leave it at that.
All right. Gotcha. Well, best of luck to everybody. Let's gonna see who shakes up to be in the championship. But on to the topic, the hot topics question that Diggy will present again for us.
It was, should the league let each team of the pros have a scout just that's designated to go down to the minors? They can't comment on anything. They can't nothing like that, but they, can watch and see.
Yes, they should,
Yeah.
because some coaches are privy to that information. Some teams are privy to that information. And if you're thinking about the fairness of the whole thing, it's not fair for some people to have that advantage and other teams don't. So if you want to make it fair all around, the teams that do not have a representative already in the minors, I'm thinking that they should send a liaison, to be able to oversee how the rookies are in their general chat, not being able to see in the locker room or anything like that. They have to have some kind of privacy, but see how they interact with their brethren. You see how active they are, because unless they're talking in general chat over in the majors, you won't see them, or unless they come on our shows, you won't see them or know anything about them. So I vote yes.
My take on it was, I think they should, like you said, to make it fair. I mean, unless you got somebody on your team that happens to coach down there or help, do something, or with the teams, you can't see that stuff. And it's not. I've heard people say, "Oh, Big Brother's watching." Big Brother's already watching. You've already got pros in there.
You know what I'm saying?
It becomes is a fairness. It's a fairness issue now. But it's like, if you don't think that the guys down there aren't saying stuff up to their team about what's going on in the minors, then you got your blinders on. I mean,
Right.
there's stuff getting relayed, and if I know that I can see what's going on down there, and Eddie can't see what's going on down there, and Eddie asked me about a guy that I like and I hope falls to me, I'm gonna say, man, he ain't very active over here. He's because I'm gonna try to do what I can to benefit me. You know what I'm saying? So it's the fairness part of it, and like I said, they don't need to comment on anything. They don't need to interact with anybody. It's just, is that going to be the type of character person that you're wanting to bring in? Because you can interview people all day, and people can act one way in an interview, and then the second way when they get with you. So it's just, like I said, the fairness thing of it, and it's not like you're bringing everybody in. You can have each team's talent scout, and you can give that person to the commissioner at the beginning of the season and say, this is the one person we want allowed in there. We don't have anybody coaching. We don't have nobody on that side at all. This is our one person. They're not going to interfere, reach out, anything like that. So it's good. So
Eddie?
I concur. I believe to provide fairness for all teams, each team should have either like someone that's in their front office, whether it be a GM or vice president, like they have these days, or whatever the case may be. Each team needs to have one member that has read-only access in there. We don't need to interact with them, but we need to be able to see their mannerisms and see how they interact with the rest of the community. I shouldn't have to rely on other people's input. I want to see it for myself and make my own judgments, and not take someone else's. And I think to provide a fair playing field for everyone involved, it should be that way. They say Big Brother's like watching, like he said, but come on, there's already guys on other teams who are serving as coaches, and I get all that. They have to be down there, but it needs to be equal for everyone, for all teams. Just because I don't have representation down there doesn't mean I don't want to at least see it and be a part of it. I don't really speak much in Gen Chat, but I go up there and I watch a lot of stuff. I like to see how those rookies down there are interacting. I may not say nothing, but I'll be there, trust me. And I'm just watching to see how people interact and see how often they interact, see if they do things outside of just talking. Like, you got guys who who post stuff in a player content channel. I'm watching all of that stuff and say, hey, that could be a guy we can use for social media. You know what I'm saying? So it's little stuff like that we need to be a part of it, and anything short of that, in my opinion, is just unfair.
Yeah. Well, seems like we're all in agreement for that. And with that, we're going to slide over to fourth and goal interviews. Coming right up. What is up, SFL Nation? And we are back with my fourth and goal interview featuring Mr. Drew Riley. He is co-owner and head coach of the Motor City V8s. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself, Ashley?
Doing great, man. I want to apologize to you because it has been a while since you've been on the show. I don't even know what to say. I think you said off camera it was like season 13 when you were first on here.
Yeah, I think it's been season 13, and maybe we were on when we first did the Motor City reveal.
Got it. Oh, it's been too long, brother. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Well, for those that did not catch that reveal or your first time ever being on the show, Drew, give us a little bit of information about yourself. Maybe some fun facts, maybe where you're from, things of that nature.
Okay. So, I'm Andrew. That's my real name, Andrew.
Okay.
But since we already had 3 Andrews in the league, with the deputy and the Vancouver owner, I just went to Drew by default. So we all kind of got Andy, Drew, Andrew. It's easier to tell us apart.
There you go.
I'm the head coach of Motor City. I've been on the team when it was St. Louis since season 12 as an undrafted free agent. I think you were drafted in that season too, right?
I was.
And you were a wide receiver.
Yes.
Back then.
I was.
And I remember you got a touchdown when I was covering you in the rookie showcase game when I was a cornerback.
Hey, I had to work the magic a little bit,
Yeah. Yeah.
You remember all of that, huh? That's great.
Yeah. Well, it was good memories back then. I just joined the league like 2 weeks before that showcase happened.
Wow. See, that's probably why I got the touchdown on you, because you didn't have enough save that. But
yeah, I was a base copper or something like that when I joined.
Right, and I think I was a silver for that game. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, what else? Little hometown and maybe some interesting facts about yourself.
So I'm from North California. I'm from a town called Clear Lake. It's nowhere near Sacramento or San Francisco. It's near Napa, so we just have wineries and orchards here. So it's very rural, and that's why the best thing I do is the SFL.
Hey, a winery is not bad. I always wanted to visit a winery just to see what goes on there, maybe do a tasting or two.
It's very beautiful, that's for sure.
Awesome.
It's very nice and pleasant to look at here.
I love it. What's some interesting facts about yourself?
Oh geez. Nothing interesting. I wanted to be an auditor when I got out of high school. Yeah, very, very weird and peculiar position. Not exactly a dream job. But I always just like looking at what's wrong and then correcting it. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, I guess. And I guess that kind of went well into coaching because I don't like making mistakes all that well.
Absolutely. And that's actually very interesting because someone has to do it, right? Someone has to be there to kind of right the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So good deal.
Very true.
Good deal. So Drew, head coach of Motor City, what did you think about this season? This season?
The season as a whole, or like my season in particular? As a whole, man, it was. I think it was one of the most interesting seasons we had. I remember before the season started, I said that we might have a 7-5 team not make the playoffs, And, I don't think that was like a wild assumption to make, but I think that the fact that that happened this season, that's crazy.
Yes.
The 4 expansion teams and just like the craziness we had in the free agency because of that, how it kind of shifted every team around, and how every team adjusted to that. I think it really made it an intriguing season. I don't think anyone in particular played horribly either. I think this was one of the most balanced out seasons we've ever had. The most competitive, that's for sure.
Definitely agree. Now, what about your season over in Motor City?
Whew, it's a mixed bag. Personally, I don't like losing. A 4-8 season is not something I'd want to be in, obviously. But I think looking in the grand scheme of things, we were the second least valuable team in the league. And, to go 4-8 and to get a win, a nice, convincing win over London, who's like the most valuable team, I think, roster wise, I think that really it placed a foot in the right direction to end off this season. It was a very mixed bag, but I do like the progress that we made towards the end of the season. We started off hot and we ended hot, and we just had that middle, those 6 games in the middle that weren't good. But yeah. I do like what we're doing now.
Okay, so when I had Dwayne on, he sung your praises as a head coach. We admire, and I think that you would be probably an underrated coach because not too many people mention you, but you have been making significant strides in the coaching aspect. So I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on that? Do you feel that you're underrated, or maybe you don't get a lot of shine as some of the other coaches do?
I don't really know. I know that typically as a coach, I'm kind of in that 500 range. I either go 7-5, 6-6, or 5-7. So at those points where I am a dominant coach in the playoffs whatsoever. I haven't had a playoff win yet, but I think I definitely have gotten praises, definitely early on, definitely by Eddie in particular. I think he was the first one to say I was a good coach, and I appreciate that. And I hope he was impressed with this season, at the very least. Working with a copper quarterback and 3 tight ends.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if I'm underrated. I'm definitely not overrated. I think not being talked about is just fine. I think that might give me an advantage in some situations too.
Gotcha. So what was one of the best games that you guys had this season? And then what is one of the worst games that you've had this season, in your opinion?
Okay. Well, the best game, it's a tie between our first game of the season and our last game of the season. I think our Tulsa game at the convention, seeing everyone's reaction and how efficient we played, even though we threw like 2 picks or 4 picks or I don't know, maybe 6 picks. You lose count after a bit. But it was a good win. And I think throwing the ball 99 to 100% of the time and still winning, that says a lot. And I think there was a lot of hype, after that game.
Mm-hmm.
And then just the final game, I don't think anyone had us winning that last game. Kind of similar to no one had us winning the first game of the season. And so I think the most exciting games were ones where we surpassed everyone's expectation in some way. Maybe the season overall, we fell kind of to what most people expected, but you really can't look at those games and say, wow, those were good moments,
Gotcha.
The worst game. I think it's pretty obvious. Someone might say it's another game, but I think it's our game against Indianapolis. I can't remember the score. I've long forgotten about it, but I believe it could have been something like 53-3. It's just a really horrible loss. It was probably the worst all of my coaching career. I'll have to look up what exactly the ending score was. Yeah, I don't want to remember, but it's good to have reminders.
You know what? While I'm looking it up, are you considering adding an additional wide receiver to the roster next season by chance?
Yeah, definitely. I think that we might go with a 3 wide receiver, 3 tight end type system.
Okay.
And I got the score now. It's we lost 10-63.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
Not pretty. And I'll admit that I don't think Indianapolis changed their offense against us whatsoever. And I think we outsmarted ourselves.
That was going to be my question. So, what do you think the breakdown was?
I can't. I'd have to pull up the playbook, and obviously, I can't really discuss particulars. But
yeah. At least not on camera.
Yeah. It's just one of those situations where if you're looking at each game as a puzzle as a coach, which I think most coaches do, they look at each game as a puzzle to be solved, and sometimes there's a simple solution, but because you're too much into it, you don't see the simple solution, you don't see the simple route to take and the adjustments to make, and you overcomplicate yourself. And you make too many changes, and it might look good in the 2 stims that you made, but all it takes is one adjustment from them to just completely shatter everything you prepped for. And I think that's what happened in this case. We shot ourselves in the foot on a coaching level. Okay. And we couldn't execute it.
And man, don't feel bad, man. I think we've all had those games where we wish that we could get those back because we, probably over-prepared or just overthought it, But, I asked Eddie and I asked Mighty, and I think someone else this question, by being so over 8,000 plays in the books, how do you know what to prepare for and what not? Is it just one big guessing game for you guys? Or is it a strategic thing that you do? Because I know some people keep their playbooks the same pretty much for the most part, maybe take 1 or 2, maybe 3 or 4 out of it. Some people change their things entirely. So I'm wondering from your aspect, what do you think would be most effective?
I think historically, the most effective is to find your identity and then stick with it. A lot of times we see teams that don't change much be the most effective. And that's because early on, they found what works best for their roster. Teams like that is London this season. They're kind of infamous in the coaching circle to not make a whole lot of changes, if any, offensively and defensively as well. And obviously that took them very far. They went 11-1 and they just won a playoff game as we're recording this. Baltimore's another team. They don't change much. Vancouver is another team. They don't change a whole lot. They do make some adjustments, but they typically keep everything the exact same. Okay. And there's another team. But there's a pattern, there's a trend where, if you find what works best for your team and you keep to that, and then you make the other team adjust to you and make those mistakes, you're in a good position. And it's the teams that, like me, I tend to over adjust sometimes, especially when, I'm trying to put my players that are in a lower value than other teams are in the best position to succeed. sometimes when you're doing that, you can set yourself up. You can set yourself up to fail sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I understand that. I definitely do. So, do you think all of your owner players will be returning this season?
Maybe.
Okay.
You know, I think with how unpopular defensive line has been recently, we might be keeping those.
Okay.
Quarterback, which is me. I think it's more likely that we'll keep. You know, there'll have to be like a player that we can't miss out on in bringing in. So, you know, I'm a person that I don't care about build. That's why we went with a copper quarterback. It just, if there's an opportunity to bring in someone that's very loyal to the team and is a good person, you know, good people to have in our culture and in our locker room, then I would have no problem retiring my player for him or her.
Okay. Got it. Did you get everything out of your offense that you wanted to or that you expected to this season with running with the set that you had?
I think we got everything that most other people expected and more.
Okay.
Not everything I expected, unfortunately. But that comes down to progression. You know, sometimes I wish that when we threw to our third tight end that they would catch the ball or they were more open. And it's not really their fault. It's either they weren't in a position to succeed or my quarterback wasn't good enough to throw it to them at that time. You know, my third tight end, he had, I think, 21 targets, only 11 receptions, which is hard. But I think he joined us as a late copper, you know, from the draft or a low bronze. And, you know, catch wasn't that high. Run route wasn't that high. So we just took what we can get. And I think he made some very good plays. I think he kind of exploded and excelled in the London game, especially since he got a touchdown from like a post route at the far end of the end zone. I think that's a huge difference than what he was like at the start of the season. So I think that we'll definitely get more out of all of our players coming into next season now that we're in a better spot value-wise and progression-wise.
Gotcha. So what do you think about the move from St. Louis to Detroit? Was that something that you were on board with the whole time, or, you know, were you kind of open to the change, or did you want to see him still in St. Louis? Like, how'd you feel about that?
I was kind of pushing towards the relocation.
Okay.
We all kind of had our different reasons for that. You know, if you ask Dwayne, he'll tell you one reason why we did it. If you ask Colin, he'll say another, and then I'll say one entirely different as well.
Right.
And so, but overall, we all agreed that it might be best for a relocation. It might be time for a rebrand. And I've been kind of like putting it into their ears for like a year now. I think it could be a little bit less. It could be a little longer. But yeah, I was definitely thinking that our branding could be a little bit different and a little bit better, and sponsorships might be easier to get by if we relocate to a location that one of us lived in.
Okay, so did you find that effective?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we kind of opened the season up with a sponsorship, you know, with Bank Michigan. And I think moving it to Detroit, where Colin's at, was probably the smartest decision. You know, we already got 2 teams in Florida with Dwayne, and I believe we have 2 or 3 in California, where I'm at, San Diego and LA. I don't think there's a third LA. There's not a third Californian team, right?
No.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So yeah, with those two, in each of our relative states and Nunding and Collins, I think it's the best position. I like the branding a lot. I know that was kind of a mixed reaction at first, but I honestly think we killed it branding wise.
I do too. I actually like the brand. Well, the thing is, and I told Dwayne this when I was talking to him the last time I had him on the show. I have love for all teams. And I think that's probably why I'm in the position that I'm in. Even when I do the show, I don't just focus on my team. I try to focus on everybody in every aspect. But I have a special love for teams that don't get a lot of shine or people kind of write them off from the jump, like you were saying with the Tulsa game. I think that unfortunately, when you were in St. Louis, and even now, maybe not so much now, but I think people just looked at you on the schedule and were just like, that's an automatic win. But I've always said that any given sim day, you could lose. Any given sim day, you can be knocked off your pedestal, so to speak. So have you experienced that? Like even just being in general chat or maybe in the owner's channel, have you ever experienced like people just kind of writing you off, so to speak?
Definitely. Most definitely. Especially when you take into mind that I joined St. Louis in season 12. That was in the very middle of our 3 back-to-back 2-10 seasons. And we looked absolutely, like, objectively, we looked abysmal. We looked really bad. And I think at the time, general chat wasn't toxic, but we definitely had a lot of public detractors. The big one at the time was Anthony Wyo. And I think that, unfortunately, a few people let that get to them. A lot of people couldn't be trolled, and that affected them a lot, unfortunately. And I wasn't a coach at that time, so I can't really tell what people thought on us on a coaching level. But I wouldn't doubt and I wouldn't blame them whatsoever if they thought we were an easy win. Especially because we had a lot of turnover on the quarterback, and we had a few staples on offense, and it was a whole different time back then too. It was 12 players per team on our roster. Whole different ball game in terms of coaching and scheming. It was a lot easier to get away with weird stuff. I think Florida went with a fullback only, no halfback, or that was Queen City. But yeah, I definitely got a lot of people who didn't believe in us or think we would amount to much in our St. Louis days. And that kind of transitioned over when I was a coach as well. But by that time, we went to the playoffs 3 times before we rebranded as Motor City. So it's not very present now.
Okay.
Maybe it revived since we got the 3 tight ends. I think most people didn't think we would do anything with 3 tight ends.
Hey, you won 4 games.
Yeah. I don't think that's the brand, though. I don't think that's the brand. I think that's just the scheme that we had.
Okay. Got it. So how did you block all of that out, though? Because I know coaches spend a whole lot of time focusing on the playbooks, trying to focus on making the other 22 people on a team happy. And then you have to listen to those or read those, those comments. How were you able to block all of that out and still do what you needed to do?
Well, it's a mixture of just it's spite and not caring. You know, it's if you lose, you don't care, and if you win and then you still hear that stuff, then it's spite. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
I just don't let it bother me all too much. I think it only really bothers me if another coach is saying something like that, and then they're not much better than you.
Right.
I guess.
I think coaches definitely should support each other because you guys go through so much to put together the schemes and the plans that you do, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely weird, you know, it's a weird competitiveness, but you know, I think when it's people who don't coach or people who are like Tyler, you know, he's supposed to have hot takes. And so you're supposed to take what people say who don't coach or people who are in the media with a grain of salt. You know, it's not nothing personal. You know, it's nothing personal. So it's just that they might not have a full understanding of what happened or into the work you put behind it. And so it's how could you let that bother you? You know, if you're having those things in your mind where it's like, okay, they don't understand necessarily, or, you know, they're clearly just saying something for to have a topic. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, it does. I've noticed that a lot, actually. So,
but you know, I think it's good for the league to have, you know, to have that as a media point as well, though, because that might light a fire under some coaches too. If you're hearing something bad being talked about you, you know, like the infamous like Houston event on Dave Axe's show, I think that lit a fire under Houston. I think that was good for them to hear overall because they had a really great season this year, and I think that might have led up to it. I think you're muted, by the way.
I keep doing that. Once, maybe twice a show. But I think that is what's needed sometimes, to maybe give you that fuel for the fire, to give you that chip on your shoulder, to know that, all right, so you guys think about us like that. Oh, okay. Let me show you something. You know?
Yeah, exactly. So, I think it's very inappropriate for a coach to act hurt about that. I think it's a coach's responsibility to prove them wrong.
Indeed. And I
think that's the best response.
Right. And you have people looking up to you. You have, you know, maybe aspiring coaches to see how you're going to handle this. And I think sometimes people just do things just to see how you're going to handle things. They may say something and, you know, just to get a rise out of you. But, you know, you got to be strong enough to be like, hey, listen, I hear what you're saying, but let me show you. So, what is your locker room like? Like even like towards the end of the season, you know, what is the vibe there?
The vibe, the vibe right now is very good. I think, you know, that London win and bringing back Bill Cherry was very helpful for the locker room vibes and the morale. You know, middle of the season, it was a bit quiet, and I can't really blame anyone for that. We did look a little lost out there in our direction, and but we're always at least somewhat active. You know, we're very active at the beginning of the season and at the end and during the off season. And I wish I could be more involved towards the middle of the season, locker room wise, but I think when I'm not working, I'm literally just doing playbooks and watching sims and whatnot. So, you know, I'm unfortunately just busy trying to get us wins. And so I'm very thankful to have a strong presence with people like Guy Clausen and Shane Kaufman and Sabo Kanan and David Leathers in our locker room, because those guys really are the cultural leaders on our team.
I totally agree. Like I always see those guys out and representing general chat and things like that. And it's always positive, And so, that's what I like to see. I like to see the representation from everybody, because you're going to have rookies coming. They want to know who, what teams are out there, what teams are most active. And with me talking to rookies, even with me talking to free agents, that does seem like that is something that is important for them, is to be in a locker room that is, vibrant and that active. But give me a second. I'm actually going to start another room up because I have maybe a couple more questions for you. And then we'll be good to go, okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, see you in a second. I'm over here looking like Ref 62.
Hopefully good Halloween costume.
But I will make good calls though. I don't know what he was doing sometimes. But all right. So how likely do you think that you'll be keeping most of your players? Not gonna say all, but most.
Well, we unfortunately had some news already regarding a player leaving. But I think despite that, or besides that, I think there's a good chance. I'm gonna say like 85 to 90% chance we're going to be keeping a big chunk of our team, and I'm hoping. Don't correct me if I'm wrong at the end of this.
Okay.
But I think there's a good chance we might not have to draft. There's a good chance, and that's something I'm not used to.
Me either. I mean, for being honest, me either. Because, as history goes, pretty much, especially like when we first started, quarterback situations and things like that. So that would be dope. I really wish and hope that that's the case for y'all.
Yeah, I hope so, but as it is with free agency, anything can happen all of a sudden. You could have a player commit to you, and then he's gone
until they sign on that dotted line. They have a chance to change their mind. So I get it. I get it. So what
all I ask? Oh, sorry about that. I was just going to add. All I ask is that if you're a player on our team and then you're thinking of maybe going somewhere else, just let us know. No hurt feelings. Obviously, it's business, but at least let us be in a situation where we're not hurting because of that. Give us time to prepare a replacement for you.
Absolutely. And that's why I approached my team week 10. Hey, I would love to have you back, but I'm just wanting to know, what are you thinking? Are you going to stay with us? Are you going to test free agency? And, I've had one player said they're going to retire, and I've had two said they're going to, try to go elsewhere. And what can you do? And and I always ask, is there anything that we've done as a front office, or is there anything that we could have done better? And typically, they say we're fine. It's just that they want to test the water somewhere else. And, my thing is I support anybody. You want to move, you want to go play with your friends, you want to go play for your hometown team because that means that much to you. This is your money. So ultimately, I want you to be happy with the decision that you make. But, it is a little bittersweet to see people go because you want them to go and have fun and do their thing. But you also want to retain the members of your team so that you guys can get stronger and so that those progressions that you've worked to help them, you can actually see it in fruition with your team. But that's why we have 1-season contracts, so.
Yeah. It's not horrible, Nah. I think the only one that was obviously frustrated was quarterback. that changed too much for my liking. So I told Dwayne, look, we won't have to worry about quarterback again.
Right. And that's important. That's a really important position to keep
Hmm.
filled. And you want the same person, the same player there for as many seasons to come because that's the bread and butter right there. But
Hmm.
what are your thoughts on these quarterfinal games? Now, it looks like Mexico City and Vancouver had to be pushed to tomorrow with some technical difficulty that the league was having. But,
Oh,
London,
really?
yeah, I got a notification. Looks like they'll be kicking off. Wait a minute. Mm, yeah, looks like it's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, looks like it's still going to be tonight. I think it's just going to be at 9 p.m. Eastern. So we got
Hmm. Might be
Vancouver.
happening right now.
Yeah, you might be right, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, I guess I misread that. But what are your thoughts on the quarterfinals? The matchups that we have.
The matchups that didn't happen yet. Let me pull it up so I know which teams I'm talking
Sure.
about real
It is
quick.
DC and Baltimore. Then you have Vancouver and Mexico City, and then of course Arizona and Florida.
Hmm. Um, the DC and Baltimore one is probably one of the two hardest to really predict or have any thoughts on. I didn't play DC or Baltimore this
Mhm.
season. I do know that Baltimore is one of those teams, like I said earlier, that doesn't make a whole lot of changes. So the ball is in DC's hands. It's their court to make adjustments to Baltimore. And I have no idea what the outcome of that's going to be. Destro is a very good coach. I've only played him once as well, I think. And that was like back in season 16, when he
Mhm.
first got DC back. And,
Mhm.
it's a very different team from what it was back then. They have progressions, they have a good core of players. And I think DC is probably the team with the best chance to make an upset.
Okay, got it. So you're right. That Vancouver and Mexico City game is going on right now. It looks like Vancouver is winning 14-3.
Hmm.
Second quarter.
I haven't watched it whatsoever. We've been busy doing
Okay.
this, and that's okay. Um, but I think I'm not surprised to hear that about Vancouver leading. I talked to the Vancouver coaching staff a lot,
Mhm.
and I know they're very capable and they're very competent people over there. I know that the head coach and owner, Andy, his name's Andrew, so of course he has to be good, you know?
Of
Even if I don't
course,
get along with him, I can recognize that he's a good coach.
definitely,
Um,
definitely.
but I'll be very sad if if Mexico City loses. I'll be very saddened by that.
Right, because that would be Matt Wilson's final game,
Hmm.
So I definitely understand that too. And who brought that up? I think Chris Curtis brought that up on Eddie's show.
Hmm.
And I didn't think about that at first, but that is something to think about because if their playoff run does stop, you know, then we won't be seeing his player anymore. So that would be a bitter, a bittersweet thing to
It'd be the end of an SFL era and a great
indeed,
too.
indeed, indeed. Arizona and Florida. Arizona's number 5, Florida's number 4.
That's also a very difficult game, similar to DC and Baltimore. Um, I haven't played either of these teams twice,
Mhm.
or once whatsoever. I mean, and I know Florida. I know both teams are. They have a good defense, but they can also be offensive powerhouses. That's kind of just the reputation of both teams. Um, it's tough. It's really
Yeah.
tough. It's really one of those coin flip games. I know that I said DC and Baltimore were probably the toughest, but looking back on memory, It's really tough. It's the most coin flip game. I think that it's a game where Arizona is going to either just step on the gas and not stop, or that Florida defense is going to give them problems. And I'm sorry to say that.
It's true.
It's just what I can see from like a sideline view.
It's very true. They're a very difficult team to prepare for. I was, privileged enough to, watch a few of the practice games, and they're a hard team. They're a very difficult team to prepare for. And I'm sure Marty will say the same thing, because you just never know what either team is going to do. And the turnovers can't happen, or it needs to be minimal, because if not, that could be the game right there. So, and then the game that actually took place, that's already over, was London and Sioux Falls.
I didn't see the end, but
okay,
I did see the whole game, including the game that happened before the Cam's generator shut down, unfortunately. And I thought Sioux Falls had a good chance going into this. As a team who beat London, I kind of saw what it took to beat London. And I think Sioux Falls was a team that, since they already played them once before, they had the best chance going into this. I think Sioux Falls and Vancouver are probably the teams with the best chances to beat London. And Sioux Falls was going to be the harder of those two teams because of that Sioux Falls defense. But it was a very fun game to watch. I think from a coaching standpoint, it's a hot take. It's a little spice, but I was kind of disappointed by it. I think it was a very fun game to watch, but I think Sioux Falls could have had this in their they just could have had the win pretty easily. It kind of makes me sad for Sioux Falls. I think they're a good team. Right. I just don't know. I just wish I knew what they were thinking of going into the game. Unfortunately, it's kind of, as a coach, you only have your own insights.
That's true.
So unless you, of course, yeah. And me and Julian, we don't really talk a whole lot. So, I could always say, this is what I do. This is what I do. And obviously, he saw something different, and it was unfortunate that it didn't work out for him.
Yeah, well, here are the team comparisons for the game. So Sioux Falls had 360 yards passing and 107 yards rushing, 467 total yards, where London had 297 yards passing and 163 yards rushing for 460 yards total. They both held the ball for 21 minutes, actually. It looks like Sioux Falls held the ball 20 seconds longer than London did, but they both had 4 turnovers. So, I mean, it's crazy, because I think one of the secrets of London winning so much is because they're getting their run game involved a lot more than they have in the past.
And that's combined with that in those same formations that they can run from, except for the heavy sets, but in like strong eye, they also have deep shots that they can take. So it forces you as a coach to prioritize which one. Do you want to stop the touchdown, or do you want to let Merrill run 20 yards on you? And it's a very difficult position to be put in for any coach, especially defensive coaches, because defensive coaches like me, they want to shut everything down at once.
Right.
If they can. If they're allowed to, they will. But that sort of scheme, it forces you to prioritize.
And I was wondering, is there a way for you to do that? Because it's like, if you do stop one side of the ball, you do stop the running game, and then you force the other team to pass, how are you effective on both of those fronts? You know,
it's tough. I kind of said in general chat after our win against London that I came into this game with a defense specially made for them. Since we weren't going to the playoffs, there was no repercussions for having a weird book and being forced to adjust it the next week. So it was just like I could put anything in there, and we'll see. In theory, it worked, and I think that it did well in stopping Robert Merrill and shutting down their passes, especially their deep passes. But they still put up 31 points on us. So it's kind of crazy thinking about how can you make a defense that is designed to shut them down in all aspects, that they still put up 31 points on you. That really says a lot to what their offensive identity is and how well built their team is for that identity.
Okay. How important is this is like one of my hot topic questions, actually. Do you pay attention to the who you got standings, where the league kind of gives their voice as to who's going to win the game? Or do you just kind of be like, or do you just kind of ignore it?
It's a mix, it depends on the game. I know that it's more important to the players in our locker room than it is to me as a coach. If you're coming into the game as an underdog in the who you got, then that makes winning the game more valuable to you. The who you got doesn't affect me while coaching, but it determines how great or how bad I feel after the game, whether that's a win or a loss. If it was like a landslide that we'd win in the who you got and then we lost, that's a crusher right there. But alternatively, if it's a landslide in the other way and you win, then that's the best feeling in the world.
Okay, gotcha. So, who do you think is going to wind up make it to the championship this season?
It's not a hot take, unfortunately, but I think it's shaping up to be London and Baltimore. But if I would have to guess, if Vancouver can get through Mexico City, they have a good chance at getting over this curse that they have of losing at the semifinals, whether they play DC or Baltimore.
Do you really think it's a curse?
I know it's a curse.
Wow.
But that could have been because Tom Pepper was on their team. I don't know if he was the cause of the curse, but there's only so many times you can make it to the semifinals before you win one as well. Unless Vancouver is like the Buffalo Bills of the SFL. But I know their coaching staff, and I know that they're they plan ahead by like weeks. I'm a coach that I take it week by week. They look into 2 weeks from now as well. They're very like, well, if we do this, then we should do this next week, and then this next week. So, as soon as they submitted that playbook for Mexico City, they're already scheming against DC and Baltimore. Whichever happens for them. And so, I really hope that they do good. Our old quarterback is in Vancouver, Christian Brown, and I think this would be their time if they can get through Mexico City. Otherwise, though, man, that'd be a crazy game. If Arizona wins and they play London, that's a crazy game.
Absolutely.
Thinking about that, because man, I think Arizona has the defense that's capable of not shutting down, but giving London some fits because Eddie knows what he's doing defensively. And I think offense, you guys got it down. I think you guys got it down, especially if you get through Florida. You know, you guys have the hot hand. And so if it's Arizona, Vancouver, I think that's the only two options. I think it has to be London, Baltimore, or Arizona, Vancouver.
Hey man, either way, it's gonna be, as Marty would say, lemon booties all around. You're not gonna be able to sit still. You're not gonna be able to eat. Like, it's funny because during the game day, I typically don't eat all day. I might definitely drink water, things like that, but like I don't eat. I'm barely sitting. If I notice that we're losing, I will I'll be in the voice chat so I can hear what's going on. But I won't even watch the game. Like, it must be me. I must have some bad luck or some juju on me or something because I can't. I feel like I do the same thing with my professional teams too. With the Bears or the Falcons are playing, and I see them losing. Let me turn, see if things turn around for us. But it's crazy. But fun question for you, and then I have an advice question for you. So, fun question: what do you think is an underrated sport? Maybe people need to get into more because there's not enough people watching it, or
I think I know someone in this league who would want me to say pickleball. I'm sorry, Chris Lee. Pickleball is still not a real sport. Congrats on being semi-professional or professional.
Nice.
But it's not real. A sport that everyone should look into, I would say, is rugby. Rugby is a very crazy sport to watch, because there's no plays. The ball rarely stops moving, and if it does, that's a scrum. And scrums were very entertaining to watch too.
I just keep you the fact that have you played rugby before?
No,
Okay.
I have not played rugby, but I do like watching it on YouTube when there's time.
Because I'm looking at those, they're out there doing all this with no kind of equipment on, no kind of helmets. Like, what are you guys doing?
It's actually safer, apparently.
Really?
Apparently, I think it's because they know that since they're not wearing any sort of protection, they don't run into each other at full force. While in the NFL, you have those pads on, you can just collide
all day. So you're right about that. I didn't think about it like that, but it's a good point. Last question for you is, what is some coaching advice that you would have for the aspiring coaches out there?
Oh, some advice.
Yeah.
Typically, my best advice would be don't listen to me, because I'm the craziest coach there is with the 3 tight end system. And so that's already not a good. You should know, out of all the coaches you can talk to, I'm probably the worst option.
No.
But I think a universal advice to give is to trust in your scheme. If you lose a game, it's very tempting to throw everything out. Make 20 changes, 20 adds, 20 removes. It's very, very tempting to do that, especially if it was a very bad game. And, you might have to do that, but don't let the emotion of losing make you commit to doing that. As a coach, it's not how you win that defines you a whole lot, especially when you're a young coach. It's really how you adjust to losing that defines you the most. And a lot of coaches, unfortunately, they do get into their own heads after experiencing a loss, and that could that could hurt your confidence. And if you're not an owner coach, it could hurt your potential for coaching in the future. So it's best to remain composed and just, it's a new week. It's a new day the next day after the game. After your game's played, no matter the result, you have to go in to the next week. Whether that's scouting for the next game or that's running simulations. And I think it's best just to look at what went wrong and see what, like the difference between what went wrong because it was a scheme and what was bad luck. Sometimes you could run a perfect play, but the quarterback could throw a bad read. And is that the play's fault, or is that just the unfortunate, luck of the draw? And some coaches, especially younger coaches, they can't see the difference between that. So it's very important to remain composed. I think that's the best piece of advice I could give as someone who sometimes struggles with remaining composed after a bad loss too.
But that's human nature, right?
Definitely.
I mean, hell, you should see some of the tantrums I throw when we lose a game, But at the end of the day, we do realize that it is a game. This is for fun. And you cannot be successful without failure,
Definitely.
And so as long as you learn from your mistakes and you try not to make any more, or I'm not trying not to make the same mistakes, then yeah, you'll be fine. So Drew, do you have any? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I just wanted to add to the advice that I keep interrupting you, by the way.
You're
That's
fine.
very unprofessional of me.
No, you're good.
That I just looked it up. Since season 17, I believe, I've put in about 3,590 hours in 18 minutes into all pro football. And that's almost 200 days worth of time just simming. And so that, and obviously that's not enough to be a consistent playoff team. So don't get discouraged by losing, and definitely don't overthink every week, So I just wanted to add on to that.
Ooh, that's a whole different perspective.
Yeah.
And you broke it down, the hours, the minutes, wow. 200. That's damn near the whole year. That's crazy. Well, kudos to you, man, for the time and the effort that you put into this, that all of you guys as coaches put into this, it's not an easy task. But I have much love and respect for all of you. I do have much love and respect for Motor City,
Thank you.
And I do want to see you guys do well. I want to see you guys make it to the playoffs and, semifinals and go all the way. I would love to see that, But do you have any questions for me before I let you go?
Let's see here. Well, I'm going to start with the most obvious one to ask.
Okay.
For my team, what were your thoughts on the 3 tight end system this season, if you were able to catch any of our games?
I thought,
and you can be honest,
I thought it was a little weird at first because I'm like, 3 tight ends? Why not, receivers, but I also remember something that Marty told me a long time ago, that he takes the time out. He has had different sets throughout his time in the league. So I thought it would be interesting to see how you all would fare with a 3 tight end set. And maybe with people seeing how you did it, maybe they would be more inclined to try it, or, just to try something different. I support change. I support if a team wants to try something different just because no one else is doing it. That might be something to look into. So I was actually for it. I thought it was a little weird, but I actually thought it was a good job on you even trying it, just to know that it worked or that it didn't. So
Mhm.
yeah,
And we're going to stay committed to that.
good.
We're going to stay committed as best as we can between season 20 and 21 at the very least.
Good. And I think, when you work on that and you find out what works and what doesn't, I think you guys are going to be very effective because, like I said, nobody else is doing it.
I
And
sure
think
hope so. That's always the hope.
Definitely. What else you got for me?
Let's see here. Second question is, it's always hard to come up with questions on the spot. I wish I.
Well, take your time because I edit this show anyway. So
that's true. That's very true. You can edit out all the times I blinked.
I'll save it for the blooper reel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very dehydrated right now.
Oh, I'm in a desert, so you best know I keep this all the time. But yeah, take your time.
What are your thoughts going into, regardless of what happens in the playoffs for you? How do you feel about Arizona's success? And do you guys believe that this will be a reoccurring success into the future?
I feel good about our success. We first arrived on the scene season 14. I think we only won like 4 games. And then we progressively got better. Now, season 17 was a minor setback. I believe that we finished like 5-7, if I remember correctly. But, everyone knows Eddie as a defensive coach. And I would imagine, now I didn't hear anything in particular, but I would imagine, people had their thoughts about him doing offense as well. Would he be able to do that? Maybe didn't believe that he could, but I always did, and despite the wins and the losses that we suffered, I watched him sim even when he was traveling for work. I would watch what he put in our locker room and things like that, and just see him constantly working. And when you're constantly trying to build, when you're constantly working, you can only get better. And when you fall, when we failed, when we didn't win the games that we thought we should have, whether it was a AI keeping us stuck in the same formations and we just freaking, kept running the ball when we weren't supposed to or whatever. Or at 10 minutes left in the game, I go to a 2-minute, 2-minute drill, like, or for things that for times where he just simply forgot to take something out of the playbook that was in from last week, hence the Queen City game where we lost when we were in Texas. Like, I literally watched him cry because he swore he took it out. When he checked with Cam and found out that was his mistake, I had to calm him down because he cares so much about it. And I think as a coach, when I see that you care so much, I'm always going to support you. And I think we will continue to have the success that we have because Eddie worked so hard in trying to find ways to improve us on all sides of the ball, not just on defense. Yeah.
I think since you guys went 5-7 last season, I think it's definitely a huge leap in this season. Yeah. And kind of as I hit on earlier, I think if you guys can get through this game, this quarters final match, I think you guys have a very good chance against London. Maybe not as good as the Legion, because they have played them already. And I think that gives the teams the most advantage if they're already used to them. But I think that out of you and the team, out of you in Florida, I think you have the better chance against London.
I think I agree with you. on that. When you played someone, you can better prepare for them. But also, you can look at it from this perspective too. When you haven't played someone, that you don't know what to really expect unless you're scouting them, from season to season, things like that. You kind of don't know what to expect. So it's kind of like a week one situation where, like, hey, we're going to put this in there. We're going to see what works, So I can kind of see it both ways, So it's good. Did you have anything else for me?
I believe that's it. I
Okay.
think that obviously if I have any questions, they're probably more just like your thoughts on other things going on in the league.
I tell you what, I'll be happy to have you back on, and you can ask me anything that you want to ask me, thoughts, my feelings about different things, and I'll definitely answer them. I'm not afraid to express myself and to say things that are true. Maybe people won't agree with it, but at least it's going to be the truth, But I'm going to give you the last word. 2 minutes. I got to give you the last word. So. That can be a song, that can be a poem, or that can be just a simple shout out. But right now, Drew, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I don't sing. I used to do poetry. I think the best I could do is slam, but not this time, unfortunately.
Right.
I'm gonna give a simple shout out to you. Congrats on being the director of compliance.
Thank you.
I think that making your rulings public and the justifications behind that, I think that transparency in league staff and transparency in coaching and in players, all around transparency is something that we need. And it's something I greatly appreciate. And so I think that's a huge thing to do. And it's also very brave, especially if it's a controversial ruling, if there's disagreement in what your thoughts were or what you done. I think putting it out there is good. And it allows maybe progression into what should be done differently, or if everyone who has their opinions on it already, they can see your justification, and even if they don't agree with it, they can understand it. And so I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Drew. That's what I'm going to do. And I felt like that was probably the best move, so you get all sides. So come back and see me whenever you can, brother. Glad to have you.
For sure.
For
sure. I'm happy to be on it anytime.
What is up, SFL Nation? And we are back with my second, fourth, and goal interview for tonight. I have here with me Mr. Ramos Lynn. He is the owner of the Mexico City Aztecs, which just won tonight. And I had to get your immediate reaction after this. How do you feel, brother?
Just wow! First of all, what a great game by Vancouver. I have a ton of respect and a ton of love for a lot of people in that locker room. Started with Andy, of course, Brett, and everybody else. It's just Gerald. It's just a tremendous group of people. Mark, Brett Kelly. I mean, the list goes on. And to come back in the way we did after being down 11 points twice, right? We were down 14-3. We were down 21-10. And the way we came back against that offense, against that defense, against that coaching, it just says a lot about the people that we have in this team. It really, really does.
Indeed, man. So go through it in like quarter by quarter. Like, what were your thoughts and what were you feeling? I'm sure the locker room was on 10 the whole time. I saw Mike in there.
Yeah, I know everybody was like that. It was we started the game, we get an interception in the first drive. So we started off strong. Our offense stalled, so we had to punt it back. They scored the first touchdown, making 7-0. We did kick a field goal to make it 7-3 and keep pace. It would have been really bad to punt the ball right away after that. But we were able to just stay close. It was a little bit, hopefully it would have been closer at some points. But we were able to stay close. After 14-3, we answer with 14-10. After 21-10, we answer with 21-17. And those turnovers were just key for us. We didn't turn the ball over, and we forced 3 interceptions, 2 of them by Liam Ryan. And that's really, combine that with the run game and the great job we did in the second half, especially, Ashley, because, at halftime we were down 21-10, was it?
I think so, yeah.
And we only allowed 7 more points in the entire second half to this team, which is just a statement of what a great group we have on defense too.
Oh, I know everybody in there was just, if I could be a fly on the wall in the locker room, just to see the different emotions that had to have been going through your mind. And you're right, Vancouver is a tough cookie. They are a force to be reckoned with,
They always are.
Definitely. But to see you pull out the win and to know how much this means to you all, especially with Matt Wilson, like if you guys lost, and that would have been his final game.
Yeah.
So with that, it is special. It means a lot more to you all than it normally would. So I'm just happy. I'm happy to see that you guys were happy. And to all the players of Vancouver, keep your head up. Hold your head up high, because
Jesus, what a great team this is.
Right, because their season didn't start off that way.
That's what I was about to say. At the start of the season, people were like, "Oh, Vancouver, maybe they're not even gonna win the division." I was like, "Come on, man, just give it to week 6, week 7, let the progression kick in, let the coaches, do what they do. They're fine." And they won what was like 7 out of their last 8 games, something like that.
Right.
Yeah, it was something like that. 7 out of the last 9 games, or whatever. And beating really good football teams too. And wow, just a great football team. They can do everything right. I was looking at the game, and thankfully our offense, especially our all line blocking, fullback, tight ends, did a great job blocking for the run game. But we were kind of struggling a little bit on the passing game, and at the beginning of the game, we couldn't stop Robert Redford at all. Chris Curtis got us deep at the end of the game for a 80-yard touchdown.
Saw that.
Everything. They can do everything extremely well, and no, what a great team, great leadership.
Oh man, I'm shocked. When you guys went for that 2-point conversion, right?
Yeah.
And then you got it with Phoenix Jones. Of course, Phoenix Jones is just scary, y'all. If we happen to play each other, I'm gonna need him to sit down. Like, don't even come out there, Phoenix.
Do you know what I mean? No. You want to see Ray?
No.
That's the thing. and honestly, that's something that really has helped us, actually, for this season, is the fact that they can spell each other, right? Yeah. So, Phoenix is the main back. Phoenix is the one who got 4 touchdowns today's game. But Ray Bentley, got a couple of incredible plays, especially one that gave us the game sealing touch. No, I think it was the go-ahead touchdown to make it 28-21. I think it was. It was 3rd and 6, I think. And we went with a toss play to Bentley. That's how much we trust him, right? Just give him the ball to the outside. He'll make something happen. He broke a tackle. He got a first down. And I'm not saying Phoenix cannot do that, because of course he can. Mm-hmm. Jesus. But coming out of fresh from the bench, full stamina on a 3rd down, the defense is kind of worn down after a long drive. Just give it to the fresh back on the outside, and he can make it happen.
Yeah, you just don't know who to prepare for. I mean, like, dang, man, is he gonna throw it to a tight end, or is he gonna give it to what are y'all gonna do? So listen,
And Matt, to his credit, did some big throws when he had to.
yeah,
We didn't ask him to throw the ball a lot, and because that's Drew Hamilton is back there and Mark Lopez is back there, and it was kind of like let's not throw an interception. We can win with a good run game. Let's play good defense. He did make the throws when we had to.
Mhm.
3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, we hit Jason Bartley a couple times. We hit Mike a couple times. Even Bentley spread out wide. We hit him on a first down and make it a 2nd and short. And Phoenix punched it in a few plays later. But yeah, such an exciting game, honestly.
Indeed. So, what do you guys play? Or does that need to be
We have to
determined?
play Baltimore. That's the 2-3 game. It has to be Baltimore. There's no other thing. If they win, of course.
Right.
Because, I mean, that's the only, what I'm saying is that's the only certain thing if they win, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure how the math works now in the quarterfinals. Because if DC wins, DC, I'm not sure. It's weird. It's weird. You're what? You're the 5th seed?
Yes.
Yes, you're the 5th seed, I think.
Hold on. Let me make sure. 1 second. Yes, we are. And Florida's the 4th seed.
Yeah, Florida's the 4th seed, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. Well, I'll have to check on. I mean, look, it's weird. If Baltimore wins, this is how much I know. Like, this is how far I know. If Baltimore wins, we for sure play Baltimore, regardless of what else happens, because it's a 2-3 game, right? It's the sandwich kind of thing. It's London will play the lower seed, and since Baltimore, let's say, wins, they are the second lower, and we are the highest. So it will be Baltimore us, and then it will be London against whoever lower ranked team is. It could be your team. It could be DC. It could be even, I'm pretty sure, Florida. But yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see tomorrow.
Oh man, good stuff, Ramos.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I know that you probably trying to send for any you probably trying to scout for any of these teams right now, aren't you?
Well, I'm just gonna enjoy it, and that's what I've been doing. Ashley, even for last week with Vancouver, I was watching the wild card weekend, just enjoying the league. I was like, okay, we'll see who we have to face at the end of it. I'm just gonna enjoy it, and then I'm gonna go back to it and scout whoever I have to scout. But tomorrow, I'm just gonna enjoy it.
Good. Yeah, take some time out, man. I have Drew Really on this show too, and he explained to me that he pretty much has put in collectively about 200 days of scouting, of simming, of all of that. And I'm like, when you break it down like that, that is a lot of time and dedication to your team, to the league, And I'm curious to know how many hours would you say you spend in a year's time, if you can kind of gather that?
It's lowered progressively through the years when you know kind of what you want to do.
Yeah.
But when you're starting getting your feet wet, like Drew, for example, Drew has been a coach for a few seasons, but he's still, developing his 3 tight end system, and he's still, doing some different things. But back in the day, I will say, yeah, especially way back in the day, like 2016, 2017, when, I didn't even, have a job. I was like 17 years old at the time, 19 years old at the time, and everything. I was working and everything, but I could spend a lot of time on it. There were days I was spending like half a day, like wake up 11 in the morning, get something to eat and everything, and, turn the Xbox right in and stop at like 2 a.m.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I understand why coaches get so emotional, I should say.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's a lot of time and dedication that you're spending trying to figure out what you're going to do, trying to figure out what they're going to do. and then try to put together something that's going to work, and you really don't know if it's going to work. And that's the thing, because it's not like you guys have done. It's not you're playing this, the normal way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can look at the Sims, you can gather all the data, you can do everything just to do your best. But at the end of the day, I mean, APF will APF at some points. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
you will do your best, and you will have it down to where you put in a coherent, cohesive, strong playbook together, depending of whether you want to run a lot, whether you want to pass a lot, whether you want to stop the run, stop the pass. But at the end of the day, it's just a flip of a coin at points.
Oh, all right then. I wonder if it's a possibility. Let me see how it's seated. So it's a possibility that we could play each other in a championship, huh?
I think it is. The only non-possibility is, again, us Baltimore in the
Yeah,
championship, because if they win, it's because we have to face them in the semifinals.
got it.
Other than that, yeah. Other than that, if you win, and let's say Baltimore wins,
Right,
we will face Baltimore, and you will face London.
right.
And then if you beat London, we beat Baltimore, we can face in the championship. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh man, we will
Now-
cross that bridge when we get there.
Now, if DC wins
Uh-huh.
and you win, DC will play London.
London.
We'll play we play you guys in the semifinals. Yeah.
I'd much rather see us in the championship together personally, because I think semifinals. Did we play each other? No, we played each other in the quarterfinals
Yeah, in the quarterfinals. That's correct.
last time. Oh man! All right, man. This
You beat
is
us.
exciting. I know. I didn't want to say that. We did.
It was a good game, though. It was a
It
good
really
game.
was. It really was. And then to have you on the show, I think afterwards, and then we were talking about it, it was still good.
Yeah.
It's the camaraderie that we all have with each other. I think that's good, because I want to see everybody do good, but well, man, good luck to you for the rest of the season.
If you do,
Keep
I'll be watching tomorrow.
all right. Oh man, I'm nervous. I'm nervous already. I was nervous watching your game. I was like,
I was watching mine. I mean, from the beginning of the game, it was like, gee, and when we started again, 14-3, 21-10, I was like, gee, not again, because we've been struggling in the quarterfinals round historically, and the guys pulled through.
all right, brother. Well, thank you for your time. I really appreciate you. I'll let you go and get you some
Thank you.
rest and get you something to eat. And
I need a drink. I mean, after that game.
I bet you do. A celebratory drink at that.
Yeah. A toast.
What is your drink of choice? What will
What
you
is my
be?
drink of choice?
Yes. Some people like wine. Some people like a little tequila with a little salt and lime. What is
As a good Mexican, I like some tequila for sure.
Okay.
I like rum.
Ooh. Okay.
I like soju. It's a Korean liquor.
I think I've heard of that.
Yeah.
So it's
Really
kind of like
good.
sake.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it's just so tricky. Just last thing. It's so tricky because you don't feel like when you drink tequila, it feels strong.
Yes.
Whiskey feels strong.
Yes.
Soju feels like water, like even with like sweet water. There's even like flavored sojus, like grape, Yakult, just different like flavors, like apple and stuff. But the thing has like 30% alcohol.
Oh.
Just and normally Koreans combine it with beer. It's like lager beer and soju, and that's how they combine it. And you don't feel it. It's not strong, but it just puts you down. Like,
I did. I'm gonna have to pick some of that up. It depends on how this game goes. I might have to get it tomorrow.
I don't have any, but if I had some, you know what I'm doing for the rest of the night.
Sounds good, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. And as you know, if you are the winner, if it isn't us, but if you are the winner of the championship game, you guys do take over my show for a whole show. So bring bring everybody you want to. It's fine.
All right. All right. Sounds
Thank
good.
you. Thank you for your time, Ramos. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
What is up, SFL Nation? We are back with my third Fourth and Goal interview featuring Mr. Skinny Washington. He is now a free agent, originally from Tulsa. What's going on, brother?
Not much. Just like you said, free agent. So doing that whole experience and seeing what it is.
So what's been up with you, man, since the last time we talked?
Oh, last time we talked, you gave me the hickory stick. Now I'm playing. But no.
Hey, man, you already know. You been staying out of trouble?
Yeah, I've been chilling.
Okay. And you already know, man. I wasn't trying to do that to y'all, but when you presented with something and it wasn't handled the way it should have been,
right?
Maybe from the jump,
right.
You're forced to have to do things, and I knew that was going to come with this position. That you got to have people that you really care about, that you're going to have to maybe, enact things on. And as long as you know my heart and where I'm coming from, I figure we can always make it through. So I'm glad that we were able to kind of do that.
It's all good. Like, I did leave the league, but it was never, as you know, after I left the league, like seconds later, I wrote you and was like, look, Bracelet, we all good. So It wasn't you. It wasn't your decision. I was still mad at the situation. And just because of the punishment wasn't going to curve that, me being mad. So I thought for the best of the league at the moment was for me to remove myself, because I wasn't, like, if somebody's still hot, if somebody's still meter all the way up and they still don't feel like, maybe everything has been done, the best thing at that point is just to remove yourself, to let everything balance out. So that's what I did. It was never, it wasn't towards you. It was just, I was still hot. So, and I knew I wasn't going to let it go. So out of respect for the league, I sat back and, when you're only yelling at yourself and mad at yourself, eventually you get over it.
I agree with that. And when you put it like that, it makes sense, right? Because when you take the time out, if you're still in a situation that, it's best for you to, it's like, let's say if it's a relationship, right? You're in a relationship and, you're constantly at this person, you're constantly heated, things like that. Sometimes it is best to just spend some time apart, so you can kind of absorb what happened, figure out what you did, what that person did, and just move on. So I get it. But I'm glad you came back.
Yeah.
So free agency, man. How did that whole thing come about, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I think without going into like conversation, right? Mm-hmm. But I think initially when the whole situation popped off with the whole situation, my team was put in a position where they had to try to help me instead of focus on team things. And I think as much as they love me, as much as I love them, I think that rubbed them the wrong way and they have to. When you run a team, you kind of have to set an example. So that you just can't, you know what I'm saying, take our focus off things. Even though in my mind, I still think that's just as important as the team, but that's not my team. I can't, you know what I mean? So I think that rubbed them the wrong way. And I'm still fine, but I think at that moment right there was when I was released. But I think when I came back, they tried somebody, I guess they had multiple conversations. They tried to, you know what I'm saying, like get over it. But I guess that was just too much for them.
Yeah. Gotcha, man. I got you. I did check out the video that you posted on YouTube, which is pretty dope. You know, you're really talented when it comes to putting together videos like that. And you probably should consider doing some broadcasting too, because you do have a good voice for it. But in a nutshell, for people that didn't see your free agent video, because I liked it, what did you want the point to be for that? That was actually kind of creative because I don't remember anybody else doing anything like
that. That's the beauty of skinny. Like I'm different. So, but the point was to show that I am a free agent, but I'm not bitter, and I still got love for Tulsa. And like I said in the video, I thought I would always be a Tulsa desperado, but it's really for rookies. So this video shows that, you know, things can change in a heartbeat. That don't mean, you know what I mean, there has to be any type of beef. There has to be any type of bad blood. It's just sometimes things go not as planned, and you gotta seize the moment and make something great out of it. So that's what it's to show that I'm not happy, but I'm going to make this a great situation.
Gotcha. So have you, without going into too many details, have you had some teams hit you up?
Yeah, I've talked to a few teams. So
okay. Good.
Yeah, I talked to a few teams.
All right. Well, I do hope that you find a place to go because, you know, your player was a baller, but I think that you definitely have a good heart. You got a good personality. And I think that this may have been a learning situation for everybody, you know, like how to properly handle situations, maybe taking some time out to kind of think about things before we react or, you know, things of that nature. But I have a strange feeling that you're going to find somewhere, one of those teams that you talk to is definitely going to pick you up, man, because I think you're too valuable of a person and you do have creative abilities to help the team, you know, to let that go. So I wish you the best of luck in free agency. I know you got it.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
So you've been checking out the games? Did you check out any other? All right. So who do you think is going to take the title this season? Or who do you think is going to be the top two teams in the last dance?
Top two teams. I have no idea. It's wide open.
Mm-hmm.
You can literally flip a coin and pick any of the teams left and feel good about it. So I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I do think Baltimore is not in a good position as far as it's just too many teams. I think for them to go again, they're gonna really have to like go in their bag more than ever. I'm not saying they can't do it, but they really gonna have to go in their bag, and it's just, oh God, it could go any way.
Right, like last night, watching Mexico City and the Vancouver game was crazy because Mexico City was down like twice in the game, and they wound up pulling it out. And they're one of those teams that is very hard to prepare for. Like when you think about Phoenix Jones, when you think about Ray Bentley, you know, or they can just toss it to, you know, Mike Dags to get, you know, they have a lot of weapons over there. So that's scary to think about. And then, of course, you know, DC and Baltimore play tonight. So we're going to see both coaches know each other very, very well. You know, I think all the coaches that are left know each other very well and what they won't do. So, man, I think of these games, I agree with you, it's really hard to call because anybody can take those positions at any given Sunday. Like, I'm sure London didn't expect to lose to Motor City. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, it's crazy. It's crazy. But is there a
Like,
particular...
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. You fine.
No lead. I just feel like no lead is safe neither.
No.
You literally have to sit there and watch the whole game because I ain't gonna lie. I thought y'all was done for. I mean, I ain't gonna cap. I thought you was done. I was like, God dang, y'all going out like this. And then y'all just flip a switch and just become unstoppable. Like there's no game. Don't watch the whole game. Don't ever think it's over, please.
Man, I was telling you, I have seen some heartbreaking losses in seconds. Do you hear me? Of the game. And everybody's giving each other good game, good game, good game. Like, all right, y'all might want to wait.
Sioux Falls, they tried it. And I don't know. I really gotta look it up. I don't think they scored that much points in any game this season. I really don't.
Ooh, that's a good point.
And they tried it. They tried it. Their defense normally, you know what I mean? And they try to be offensive just to stay in that game. It's crazy. Like playoffs. I wasn't here for last year, so I didn't get to watch those playoffs, but I'm really impressed by these playoffs.
Yeah, man. It seems like people are getting really comfortable with the playbooks. Coaches are getting really comfortable with what they're doing. And it's showing on the field. And there was a league before this, and it's called CAG. And unfortunately, I forget what the acronym means, right? The second. But a lot of the coaches that were, which is like kind of like the SFL before the SFL. So like these were the bare bones. So these people are in the playoff are in the playoffs right now. These coaches are in the playoffs right now. And it's crazy to see how well they know each other and to really make it a chess match because you really don't know what to expect. And I think much like NFL, you know, it does give you that real feeling like I haven't eaten anything all day, you know, because I'm so nervous about this game tonight. You know, I need to eat something, but I'm just hyped, you know, and it's great to be able to have that feeling, you know, that you probably wouldn't get anywhere else. Even if, you know, if you were fortunate enough to be a player, that's great. But a lot of us, like me, I didn't go out there and play for the Falcons or the Cardinals or anything like that, you know. So, but it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. So I know you said that it was hard to pick two teams. Knowing you probably know the history of Baltimore when 3 out of the 4 times they've been there. You know that Florida is 3-time champion. Mexico City finds themselves in the playoffs, and Mexico City finds themselves in the playoffs every year. This is London's first time ever being undefeated. Well, having that one loss. And we've actually been to the playoffs a few times, but never really could get over that hump. So knowing all of this, who do you think stands the better chance as being the champion?
See, okay, so I have the benefit of not knowing much history. So I get to go off straight eye test and not use history. So Baltimore they just seem like the most balanced team, it seems like to me, from the eye test. London just seems like the most explosive team. Like they can go off for a bunch of points in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
DC is also a balanced team, but it kind of like a lower tier than. So if Baltimore was tier 1, they would be a tier 2 balanced team, which that doesn't mean anything. It just means Baltimore's balance is more explosive than. Baltimore's balance is more explosive than DC. So
okay, I got what you mean.
So I think London has the best chance just because of their running back. And I hate to say it like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a knock against anybody. It seems like he's just unstoppable. Like it's really, I don't know what to do. It seems like nobody has figured out what to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know how. I'm trying to see who has he played in these playoffs, because that could change the whole game. He could have just not went against somebody that know how to stop him.
Which is another good point.
Right. So I don't know if he played Baltimore yet.
No, they haven't. They haven't.
So that could change the entire game. That could be something to look out for, like the teams that he hasn't played, which technically nobody's played them. They only played them once and they got, but I don't know. I think London has the best chance because of Rob Romero.
Okay. Gotcha.
But I think Baltimore, it's hard to pick. Baltimore know what they're doing. I'm not saying that London doesn't.
Right.
I hate when
I know what you mean. No. I know what you mean, but it is good to, some people may not, they might take it as a slap, but I know what you're saying because it is true. London is new to this. To be real, they new to this sort of winning, just of their history, because they finally got the pieces that they needed to be able to succeed in this manner. They had the progressions, they got all of that to succeed. Where Baltimore is one of those cornerstone teams that typically don't make too many mistakes.
It's almost like they got the secret formula, like the Krabby Patty formula, and like they got this swag about them that's like, like we're good. We're gonna be like it's like they got the the secret Krabby Patty formula, and they know they have it, and they're not worried.
Gotcha.
Where like the other teams, like even London, they strike and go quite often, but it takes one time for them not to, and then run up against somebody at the wrong time, and they could not look like London, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Now, what about Florida and Arizona? They're also on
Arizona. I think the way Arizona play, after what I just seen, they are hungry. They, for some reason, I think they got some fire under their ass. And Florida, just from the eye test, they was like up and down this season. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't have the benefit of really going way back into the history, so there's no shot against them. But the way that everybody talks about Florida, there is something about Florida that people are still threatened by. So
those Hall of Famers, you got a Hall of Fame quarterback, you got a Hall of Fame defensive end, defensive tackle. The one that, I can't remember if he's I think he's a defensive tackle actually. And Alex Dominguez, man, those two together, crazy. Then you got Charlie Boletsky. He was I think this is a sophomore season. Crazy running back to try to stop, giving us fits in our practices.
Oh
man, I'm telling you, like nothing to, man, don't take them for granted. But then again, you can't take any team like right now for granted at all. None. Because like you said earlier, it could change.
I think maybe the teams that's left are really like the cream of the crop. It seems like I haven't seen. Yeah, I think these are the teams.
Whew. It's crazy, man. Like, I'm super nervous, man. I'm super nervous for tonight. I know it's
So
funny.
if y'all win this game, who do y'all play?
It's gonna probably be London.
Ooh.
It's either gonna be London or Mexico City, if I remember correctly. Now, we've beaten Mexico City before, but they have something special over there. And as you may know, they lost their quarterback in real life, Matt Wilson. And so they're hungry to win this because they don't want to see his season end, which is, it's understandable because you have the memory and the tribute to him. But we're hungry too. And I was telling Ramos that when you watch your coach go through so much every week to try to make your team win, to try to give them the edge over the other person. And Eddie is known for being a defensive coach. And so when they found out that he was taking over the offense, eyebrows kind of raised, like, would you be able to really handle that because you're so good on defense? But I think over the seasons that he's been doing his thing. I think he definitely puts in the time, even more so than he should sometimes. But I'm really hoping to see Arizona at least to the championship. I would like to win it all, but at least to the championship. Just for the coach. Just for the coach.
Does Arizona got one? Does Arizona got one?
A ring? No.
How close have we got?
I believe we got to the semis, and we lost to Denver. A walk-off field goal, man.
Ooh.
And it's like, and I did the show the next day, which was crazy. And I remember being so emotional that I started crying. I was talking to Bo Martin Jr. And I just started crying, man, because, while I was happy for, you're happy for the team that won, but I'm looking at my team and I'm like, man, I really wanted it for all of us, and I really wanted us to put forth that effort, but I think I threw like 2 picks or something like that. And one Riley Quintero ran back a kick return. So we had just scored, and he just took the ball and just ran it straight back. We was like, damn. And then that was a turning point to where we just lost the game.
Yeah.
Ran out of time. They had the ball. And Kramer Jackman put it through the uprights. But it was kind of a poetic moment for them because that was his last game too. He retired as player. So, where it's a kind of a tragedy for one team, it's a triumphant victory in many ways for others. So that's how I look at things. But yeah, it's gonna be good, man. So, do you have any questions for me before I let you go? I appreciate your time.
I don't.
Okay. All right. Well, you're definitely welcome to come back anytime you want to, man. I'm always here for you. And I'm going to be watching to see who picks you up in free agency because I know that's going to happen. But before I let you go, I got to give you the last word. So that can be a song, that can be a poem, or just a simple shout out. But right now, Skinny, the floor is yours.
Probably just give a shout out to my old minor team. We got a lot of young people over there. Y'all just calm down. just relax. We're a rambunctious type of group. Just relax. Everything will be everything. That's all I gotta say. Tulsa too, and to whatever team signs me.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for your time, brother. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Yep.
What is up, SFL Nation? Welcome back to my fourth and goal interview featuring a good friend of mine, Mr. Fenech. He is the quarterback for the Lone Star Glory. How are you?
Great, Ashley. How are you?
Good, man. Doing good. I thought you was going to say, it's a glorious day.
I was going to, but we're not in the playoffs anymore. So it's,
Oh.
as much as being on that team is glorious every day, it when you get booted out of the playoffs, and it's tough. That's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. Sorry about that, man.
That's all right. That's all right. We don't have to, not going to hold that against you. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was your fault, actually. You were very good.
It kind of, but hey, man, like I was explaining to Skinny that, it's a bittersweet thing. All of these teams are very good. Everybody deserves to be there. And, for us, y'all always support my show. You always come on whenever you have time and things like that. So, to be the one to have to kind of do that was,
well, that's what it's about, right? Friends, we're all friends outside. Once we get on the field, we got to win. That's all we think about is winning.
That's it, man. Speaking of winning,
time.
Absolutely. But speaking of winning, how did you think your season went so far this time around?
Well, it went to me personally. We left a lot of plays on the field. I feel, the season's great. It's always great on that team. I love being on this team. There's nowhere I'd rather be. But this year we left a lot on the field. We made some mistakes, that, lot cost us a couple of games, but hey, APF football, SFL, it happens from time to time. It's part of the game. So you got to pick up and move on. But I think, through a lot of, adversity, things going on through in and out the year, I thought we did really well. The team stuck together very well, which we always do. We're always there, pick each other up and have we have a lot of fun. We're in the game chat. We're in our chat room during the games. All of us, we have a really good time. A lot of passion. Believe me, a lot of passion for the game. So would I've liked to have done better this year? Absolutely, especially me personally. I think our team played very well. I think that this was, and I don't mean numbers wise, I mean leadership wise. I worked a lot of hours and I wasn't available as much as I like to have been for the team. And I think I dropped the ball a little bit with the team on not being there as much. So my leadership wasn't as good as it normally is, in my opinion. So I think that had a direct correlation. But we're going to get back on it. I'm excited for next year. That's for sure. I'm excited for these playoffs, though. We're still rooting for you, Ashley, even though you took me out. That's all right. Took us out, but we're still rooting for you. You know that. You're good friends of ours. So we wish you guys the best. And to be honest with you, all four teams in the playoffs, we're friends with all of them, and it's tough. It's tough to be sitting home watching, but at the same time, we're rooting for you guys. You guys deserve to be there. You earned it.
Appreciate that, Ace. I watched a lot of your games, and the thing is, you guys were never out of it. It seemed like you would always be right there. You're definitely a force to be reckoned with, and I think Greg Soto has been doing a fantastic job with all of you.
Amazing job. Yeah, he's come a long way from when he got thrown into the fire, and he's learned a lot. He's studied a lot. He works very hard. All of our coaches do. Our scouts are amazing. They work hard. They work quick. They get Greg and Albert the information right away, so that they have time to sim and do everything they do. And they work countless hours. They really do. And I know every team will say that about their guys. And I don't know a lot of, the other teams behind the scenes, but I'll tell you behind the scenes at our team, it's constant work. They don't take that bye week off. They work through it. And there's so many, Greg's head coach, and he's running the offense, and Albert's working on the defense, but there's so many other people helping and being involved and working together. They're really good. The front office is really good at getting everybody involved. And I think that's what makes it go. And I think we're headed for big things. I'm really excited about next year. I'm telling you, I really am. We lost some key pieces this year. And some were expected, some were not. But I have complete and utter faith in the front office to make sure that there's players there that are just as good or not, but if not better, fill those holes. So I'm really excited about next year. And I'm really excited for the extra year of experience for Greg and Albert, and Yogi. He does most of the building of our players and helps with that. Jukin's just one of a kind. He's irreplaceable as a person and a player. And we got Gunny and Freddie, Well, Freddie's leaving us now. I'm going to miss him terribly. Freddie was a good guy, but we just have so many good people on this team. I could go down the list, and they all work so hard. They're so passionate, but yet so friendly and fun. So I'm excited about next year. Really excited.
And I understand what you mean when you say, sometimes you feel as that it's your fault when things aren't clicking together because you're not there. I can attest to that. I mean, I missed a few games, and I'm missing time with my team as well, But I think it's important that everybody has to realize that for some people, this is a hobby. And for some people, this is a little bit more than that. It's a business. It's what you make of it. And I think as long as we have the understanding that we're all people and we all have lives, I think that could be forgiven if you're not there, especially when it's real life situations. Like with Cam, I know people often get a little upset with Cam, because he may not answer you in a time that you think is maybe fashionable or that reasonable, but he's human too. With him traveling back and forth when he was to Texas and then going back, that's dedication for essentially just a game that we're all enjoying.
Right.
That's time. I don't know anybody that would literally drop their life for 3 days out the week and drive to Texas to make sure these things go off right. And then go back home and then have to satisfy the wife and be husband, so it's a lot.
He's a good man. I've from time to time I reach out to Cam in a message to talk about something or say he is, and I understand that he isn't going to message me back right that minute. I understand he's busy, but he always gets back with me. He's never left a message hanging. He's always messaged me back, and if I had a question, he talks with me. He's been very good to me and my family, just like pretty much the whole league has. I know. No, I give Cam a lot of credit, and I've messaged him and said that to him, that he's provides an entertainment for me and my family and the whole league that I couldn't find anywhere else. So this is a great thing, and he does a great job, and I'll always support him as much as I can. If he ever asks me for anything, he'll get it, because he, like I said, he offers an entertainment that I can't get anywhere else, and he always seems to bring something new in every year. He always seems to, he always talks nice and good about people, but he get on you, if you ain't doing it right, he'll let you know. But he's a good man, and I appreciate the fact that he's allowed me to be in the league, and I enjoy every second of it.
Indeed. How's Deuce and Trey doing?
Awesome. Actually, Trey is here at my house today and refuses to come in. I said, come on, make a cameo. I'll ask Ashley if I can let him. He will not come on camera. I don't know what it is. When I went to get him, he started walking out the door. He's very, very camera shy. I tried to get him in. But he just said, look, I ain't ready for camera stuff yet.
Oh, he was on camera with me already.
I know that, but it was really hard for me to get him to make that little video when we were in the championship last year. That little 10 second. He doesn't like to be on camera. I don't know why. He's a very handsome young man. He just he doesn't want to. But they are leaving, so he does. My daughter has got some things to do, so they are leaving, so he doesn't have a lot of time. But Deuce is doing fantastic. He works a lot. We talk once a week or so, and but yeah, they're doing great. I mean, they are. My son Matthew, he's doing great. He loves being on the team finally with Dad and his brother, or his uncle and his brother-in-law. So we're doing good. We have a lot of fun now that we're all together. So it's fantastic.
So it's 4 now.
There's four of us. Ziggy's my son-in-law, and then I have Deuce is my brother, and then Matthew is my son. And I have 5 other kids, but they're not interested in football like we are. But we're all together. Thank you, Lone Star. Nice. They made that happen, and it's been a wild ride. It's been a lot of fun. They're good to us.
I love that. I love that. We get the family involved. Yep. The husband and wives doing the Bonnie and Clyde style. Or you have, to bring the whole family, because it is something that you can all enjoy together on a Sunday, Saturday night. Sit mixed snacks and everything. So
yeah, we have a lot of fun. We've had some really good times. My brother lives 3 hours from me, so we don't get to actually be in the same room and watch a lot of games. We have watched a few, but we talk a lot during the games, and he'll get in the chat room when he has time. He like I said, he works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't know how he does it, but he's a worker. But we do have a great time. We have a great time. So, but yeah, they're all doing great. They're all doing great. They're all happy on the team. Everybody's excited about next year and about the things that are coming up. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun next year. I can tell you that.
Awesome, man. Awesome. So thinking back on this season, what was one of your favorite games that you won? And what is one game that you wish that y'all could have got back? Know that you should have won.
Well, I will tell you that every game that we win is my favorite. I don't have one in particular. We come out with a W, and that week, But I'm gonna give a Tom Brady reference. My favorite wins the next one, and that's the truth. It really is. It is, because they're all different and they're all unique. You win a game and you win it one way or you win it another. And on this team, and I know other teams are like that too, but I feel on this team, if you watch our games, you'll hear the announcers say, well, everybody on this team has touched the ball. Every receiver's got a pass. Every running back's run the ball, catch the ball. Every tight end, everybody's involved. And Greg and the whole coaching staff make that a point. Not every week can you do it, but most of the weeks you can bet everybody's touched the ball, everybody's been involved, and that's what I love. I mean, it's easy for me to say because, hey, me and you, we're the quarterback. We touch the ball every time we get the ball on offense, right?
Yeah.
But I enjoy making sure, hearing that everybody got the ball. We distributed it to everybody. I have a front row seat to watch Ike McBride run over people. I love it. Mateo was fantastic this year, and unfortunately we're losing both of them. So those are big pieces we're losing. I'm going to miss them terribly. They were great teammates and great people. And I wish them the best, but that's the part when you win and all that comes together, that's your favorite part. That's my favorite part. Games, I'm going to tell you that I don't, and I'm not being arrogant or cocky. I don't mean that in any way, but I don't ever go into a game thinking we're losing anything. Not with this team. I believe we can win every game. I believe we should win every game. And that's not taking anything away from your team or Baltimore. Baltimore's phenomenal, or London having a great year. But when we go into a game, and I can say this for everybody on our team, we believe we're going to win that game. And there is no favorite game that that I've lost. I'll tell you that, or that we've lost as a team. But we believe we can win every game. We believe we should win every game, and I don't think anybody competitive should think that they won't. But when we lose, we lose. We're not upset about it. We're not. We thank the other team. They played better than us. They earned it. Because I believe we're ready to play everybody, and if they beat us, they've earned it.
Indeed, they're not an easy team to win against by any means. Did finish the 8th seed, 7-5, and hell of a season. There was a few teams that finished 7-5, but you were the main. You was right at the top of that list, and it's something to be said to be in the positions where you are. I believe when the Lone Star was first formed, I believe you made it to the playoffs at that point. Then you went to the semifinals and then the championship.
That was amazing.
Right. So the team has always showed significant strides of success. And, you may be losing key pieces. I think a lot of teams are, just maybe trying to test the waters or maybe just to retirement, things of that nature. But I think in the grand scheme of things, the foundation that Lone Star has is a high caliber team, and you will definitely make it back to the championship.
I hope so. That I believe that in my heart. I do. I believe that we're going to be back there, and I believe it's going to be a totally different ball game the next time we are. It was our first time in. It was a year ahead of schedule. When I first came to this team in season 15, the plan was laid out. Within the first 5 seasons, we're going to be in the championship game. We were in it in season 4, our 4th season. So I'm excited. We were excited, but I think it came a little quick for us. We had a few breaks in that season. Ball bounced our way quite a few times, and we rode with it. But I believe this team's going to be back, and the front office is all on it. I mean, that's their goal. I mean, just like everybody's is, but they really take it seriously. We have a lot of fun with it too, but they want to be there, and they're doing everything they can to get us back there. I think in this league, and I know a lot of people say, well, Baltimore's figured it out or London's figured it out. I think that, in my opinion, the league is consistency. I think if your team stays together and you learn your players and you pick your plays and design your team players with, plays for those players. If those players are consistently coming back, you can learn their strengths and weaknesses, and that's how you win. When you're losing pieces every year constantly, those are the teams that don't always stay winning. They win a little bit, lose a little, because there's no consistency. And I think Lone Star's a very consistent team. I think this is the first season we've had so many, more than one or two people exit our team for whatever reasons it is. So this is a big move. This is a big season for our front office to see how we react to that. I have utmost faith in them, and I believe in them. I tell them that a lot. You probably get sick of hearing it. I'm such an easy quarterback for these guys. I just, they say, well, hey, we want to do this with your build. I said, whatever's best for the team, guys. Tell me what you want me to do. That's what I'll do. Well, we want to know what you want to do. I said, I want to win. Okay. I want to win. That's all you got to tell me is if we do this, we're going to win. I'm in. That's all you got to tell me. So I'm pretty easy for these guys, but these guys are really good to us and they're really passionate. And we are going to be back.
Definitely. Tell me, what's the favorite part about being a quarterback? Is it the leadership capability? Is it the fact that you do touch the ball every down? Like, what does that mean to you?
Well, absolutely the leadership. I love to be in the leadership position. It's something I've always wanted to be my whole life. Unfortunately, at 5'7.5", you don't have any quarterback options as you get older. I'm not a very tall man, but there's a lot of me here though. But a lot of heart. That's my dream. It was always growing up as a kid. When we played outside, I was always the quarterback. My brother was always a receiver, and that's the way we played. But the best part is the leadership, feeling like you're in control of the game, feeling like you can make someone look good. You can make them a star. You can contribute to them being greater than greater in one moment or another. Nothing satisfies me more than to see one of my, our receivers catch a touchdown pass or make a great catch, or because you're part of that. You are part of that. You delivered that ball for them to be in a highlight piece or a reel, or you to get them mentioned on TV. Yeah, they made a great catch, but you delivered the ball. You handed off the ball when I hand off to Ike and she runs over three people, I'm just as excited as she is, because I got to see the whole thing better than anybody, that's the part of quarterbacking that to me is the greatest thing is watching them be the best, because you're part of that. I don't have to win the passing title. I don't have to be an MVP. I don't have to do any of that. None of that matters. And I know a lot of people say, oh, you're just saying it. No, I mean that. And yes, my team, I mean that. I don't care about being in the All-Star game. I don't care about any of that. If a teammate of mine's in the All-Star game or they win an award, that's me winning an award. If I ever win anything, it wasn't because of me. It's because I got 10 other people behind me that made that happen, or in front of me, I should say. It's for them. It is theirs. It's just as much theirs as mine. So I feel the same way when they win one. It's just as much theirs as it's just as much mine as it is theirs. I'm just as excited to them. They win, I win. And if they're winning, that means we're winning games. And that's the key. That's what we all want, is to win games.
Indeed. So what sounds like you definitely have a good locker room over there.
Oh yeah.
In the times of adversity and shortcomings, how does the team handle it? I know how you handle it. How does your partners handle it?
I don't. Very rarely have I heard hardly any negativity. We are always, and our front office sets the pace. They bring in good people. They bring in people that fit what we have, what they want. And theirs is family, fun, be there for each other. That's what they want. The amount of passion that goes out if someone's sick or if your family. I mentioned one time that someone in my family was not feeling well. We had some things going on. Every one of them is bang, bang, bang. Asking you every day how they doing, how's this, what can I do? Can I do anything for it? It's our team. They just care, and it's an extension of my family. And I'll never go, unless, and I know I can't say, hey, I want to go. I want to go back to this team. I want to be there every year. As long as they'll have me, they will be the first phone call I answer every single year because I love it there. They're good to me. They're good to all of us.
How special is that to you to be able to come to not only a locker room, not only a Discord server, but a place where you can bring your family, where you can have that sense of family and be able to even extend that family to others that you've never met in your entire life?
It's everything. That's and I don't want to take away from anybody who puts all their hard work into this league, but because I appreciate that very much. But coming into our locker room and expressing how you feel, whether someone agrees with you or don't, talking about an issue you may have, or saying, hey guys, I'm sorry, I've been here in the last 4 or 5 days I've been working. You don't skip a beat in that locker room. Everybody says, it's all right, Ace, we got you. It's all right, we got you. You're good. What can I do to help you? Or, hey, Ace, where you been? We miss you. What's up? Everything okay? It's not, hey, how come you're not in the Discord server? Are you okay? Is everything okay? What have you been up to? It's never negative. And you can't replace that. You just can't. The passion and love for each other in that locker room. And if someone takes my man card away from saying love in the locker room, I don't care. The love and the passion in that locker room for each individual person between everybody is amazing. It is just like a family. It really is. It's just like walking into your family's house that you go to once a year and seeing your family, and you don't skip a beat. It's like you've been hanging out the whole year. If I'm gone for a week because I'm busy, I haven't skipped a beat. I haven't missed a thing. Someone's there to fill me in right away, let me know what's going on, tell you what's going on. Hey, I missed you. Is everything okay? It's just, it's my fantasy world. That's what I call it. You got your real life and you got your fantasy world. But being in this team for as long as I have already, they're starting to meld. You know what I mean? They're starting to become one. And it's exciting because it's nice to have a bunch of brothers and sisters I didn't know I had. Big brother. I never had a big brother. I was always had to be the big brother. Right. Well, in here, I've got a few people that are, a couple years older than me that are my big brother, and it's nice to, I call Yogi. I can call Yogi any time of the day. He'll answer the phone and talk to me. I call Bo. Bo's one of the greatest people on this planet.
Yes.
And I become better friends with him every day. Albert's amazing. If I have any questions about anything, he's there. Greg, you can call Greg anytime. And that's what I mean. They're all available all the time. It's like they don't sleep. I swear to God, I don't think they sleep. But they're just, Gunny, amazing. They're just such good people. And, I'll tell you what, though, you mess with one, you're messing with them all. I will tell you that. You don't do that.
Don't get it twisted.
No, they're good people, but they can give you some trouble too. But I love being on the team. It really is. When I want to get away from the real world, which, no offense, most of the time, there's no better place to be. There just isn't.
Yeah,
and I sent a message to Cam telling him, thank you for, I'm so thankful that you've created this. And I'm sure other people have told him that, but without this, I don't have a clue I would fill the time of this with this entertainment and this feeling and the compassion and the plain passion.
Exactly.
You just don't. I could never replace this. I couldn't. I would have nothing that would ever give me what this gives me.
I agree. It'd be very hard to find something like this. And I think that's the reason why when people leave, they come back because you go out there and you realize that not every Discord server is like this one. Not every eSIMs league is like this one. You know,
No, this is special.
It is, and you can trust who you have the times where you get into your arguments and things of that nature, but for the grand scheme of things, in comparison to what is out there, what you can run into, this is definitely one of the safer places to be. So,
a lot of fun.
Definitely. So the games that have happened were London versus Sioux Falls.
Wow, was that a good one?
Oh, yes. And even the Mexico and Vancouver game was a very good game to watch too.
You know, I don't talk to Andy a lot, you know, but I do every once in a while. It's been a while since I've talked to them. I was so rooting for him, and I don't like to root against Mexico City. They're in our division. I want our division to look good. Whoever team makes it in there, I want them to all do good. All of us, you know, you're representing the South. You know, I want you to win, regardless if we're rivals or not. We're sitting home. You're the one I'm rooting for. That was tough for me to watch Vancouver and Mexico City because I root for Andy too. He has, you know, I mean, he's been in the league a long time. That team's been here, and they haven't got out of the second round. You know, and I was pulling for him so much, you know, to get to break that, to get that monkey off their back, you know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, I'm rooting for Mexico City, you know, so you got sad. I'm sad Andy didn't get that monkey off his back in the team, but happy that Mexico City advanced. Now the South has a team still in the playoffs, you know, so that was a great game, emotional game to watch because, you know, the feelings for both teams. And the Sioux Falls London game, wow, that's just crazy. London's just having a year, aren't they? My gosh. I'll tell you what, I think if Baltimore and London butt heads, this is going to be something.
Absolutely.
You know, but hey, I'm not putting the cart before the horse. You guys got a great shot of being there. I'm rooting for you guys to get there. You know, all the teams that are left, you know, I special ties to all of them in some way, whether it be one person or just a rival game we've had with them or anything like that. So I wish them all you guys the best. I'm just bummed that I'm not there with you, you know. But so the games are great, and they've been some close games. They've been down to the wire. Heartbreaking for the team that loses, and just so ecstatic for the teams that win. You know, they're excited. I get it, but I'm excited for the rest.
Definitely. And I think every team has a story, you know, as to why they want that win so bad. Like for Mexico City, you know, to keep Matt Wilson, you know, his memory alive, and hopefully, you know, get him a championship. So, you know, if it's going to be his final game.
He's never had a championship. I should know this answer, but I don't. He never won one?
I think season 9. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I should have known that, but
I can't. I mean, as great as he is, you know,
right?
Hard to believe.
And I mean, even with Baltimore and London, you know, being the top teams and so dominant this season, you know, Baltimore winning 3 out of the 4 times they've been there, which is crazy. Florida winning the championship 3 times, you know. It's just been.
It's time for someone new.
I agree.
It's time for one of you guys to win, right?
Somebody else.
But, I love Baltimore. That's a class team. I will tell you that during the championship, after the championship, the conversation back and forth with that team, that's a class organization. You could never not root for them. I mean, they're just good people. And they're fantastic to us during that our championship game with them. They were really good to us. I enjoyed you know, the banter back and forth and the talking back and forth. It was all in fun and it was all professional, you know. But Baltimore, time to pass the reins over. Let someone else win.
Right. Get somebody else a shot.
I mean, I know Baltimore. Right. I know Baltimore's going to say, "You want the championship? Beat me." You know, and that's the way it's got to be. You know, I mean, it's got to be done that way. And it's not that I'm not rooting for them, but I will say that out of the teams, I'm rooting for them less, only because I want to see somebody new win it. You know? But you know, if they win it, I'll be just as you know, as happy for them as I would anybody else.
Good stuff. So, fun question for you.
Sure.
What do you think is a sport that is underrated, meaning that maybe more people need to have eyes on the sport? Somebody said pickleball. Somebody said baseball, because baseball kind of get a bad rap because it's so long, and people don't have the patience to really sit there.
Well, I watch the major four sports, and then I'll watch some NASCAR, some Indy racing, but I don't dabble too much in the other sports. But I will say that in America, I do believe that soccer needs to get a little bit more attention. Because I love the sport. Played it when I was a kid. I loved it. It's a lot of fun. I know it tends to be like baseball at times. It gets a little boring because all you see is the ball going back and forth and no one doing anything but passing it around and rolling around. And baseball takes forever to get the game going. But soccer is a fun sport to play. They've got to, my brother always said, Deuce, he always says, you want to liven up baseball, put a minefield in the outfield.
No.
That's a Deuce. He hates baseball, but he said, you want to get me to watch baseball, put minefield out there.
Oh my God, no.
But maybe they could do something. And I'm not saying a minefield for soccer, but maybe they need to spice it up a little bit. They tend to change football and hockey a little bit. They, shrink things, shorten things, speed things up a little bit to try and make. If they could do something a little bit more with soccer, I think they would get a lot more people in the States interested, because I do think it's a lot of fun, and I don't think it gets enough credit here.
I agree. I think if you know about the sport too, then or if you understand the rules of the game, then you're probably more likely to. If you're just looking at it. Like, for instance, when I was younger, football to me was just, hey, why are they making such a big deal of a guy going across this line with the ball? Yeah. But once you get down to the nitty gritty of it, once you have a deeper understanding of that sport, then you understand why sometimes it takes a while. Like even with soccer, my daughter played soccer for a little bit, and I'm going to get her back into it eventually. But the field is so long. And oh my gosh. So if they shorten the field, maybe things will go a little bit faster, but.
Well, indoor soccer, I played indoor soccer as well, and that was a lot of fun. Boy, I wish that was something. I was a goalie for my regular soccer team, and our coach decided we were slow. He said, I'm going to speed you guys up. I'm going to take you into this tournament that's going to be an indoor soccer league tournament. And we had no idea what we were in for. And the coach knew we were going to get slaughtered. He did it purposely. So he took us into this. And I think I gave up like 17 goals in that game because I had no idea that the ball didn't stop play. The ball bounces off everything and all over. It's in play almost all the time. And you think the play stopped. Like when soccer, he kicks past the goal, it's out. You got a few second break to get yourself. No, it hits the wall and it's back out in the field, and then bang past you. So it made me a better goalie. It made the team a better team after that. We were so much better. But indoor soccer is very exciting. If they could combine some of that with the regular soccer, that might not be real good to the soccer elitists, the old fashioned people. They don't like change, but they could do something to make it a little bit faster paced. I think it would catch on a lot better. I think it'd be more exciting.
Yeah, I get that. And that is a good point. Some people don't like change, but hell, if you accept the seasons changing every season, you might as well accept that too.
Well, people that live in Florida must not like it because they like staying down there, right? Or in California. My wife is one of them. She could care less about the season change. She wants to be on the beach all the time, or in the warm weather.
I get that.
I tease a lot of people because I tell everybody, they say, well, I want to go here to retire. I want to go here to retire. And my wife and I have been together 21 years. She's the love of my life. And we are so on the opposite ends of the spectrum in retirement. I want to retire in a nice cabin up in the woods, up north Michigan. That's where I want to go. My wife wants to live in a tiny home in Florida. How can you be any further apart? I'm going to lose the battle. I'm going to be in Florida, but
unless you build your log cabin in Florida on the beach,
right? That's the only way I got a chance, But she wants to live in one of those tiny homes, and that's what she wants. But hey, I'm going to end up losing the battle. I ain't going to get my log cabin, and I'm certainly not going to get it up in the woods somewhere. So I'm going to be down on the beach in Florida in a little tin can house,
or just have both. Why not have both? Hey, go down there for a specific time, then go up there and live in the woods for a little while. Y'all can both have what you want. It's about compromise.
I'm going to have to talk to Lone Star and see if they'll give me a raise in my contract.
Don't worry.
So I can afford that.
I know the president. I'll make sure I'll talk to him.
All right. I gotcha. Thank you.
Did you have any questions for me before I let you go?
Ashley, no, I'm happy. I know I follow you on your TikTok now. You notice
I saw you.
Yeah, I get on there. I follow you on that. I'm glad you're having fun with that. No, I don't really have any questions. I'm just really happy for you. Look, you're doing moving up in the SFL. Congratulations. I didn't get to tell you that. And doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. I'm just happy for you. I'm happy that you're doing what you like to do.
I appreciate that, Ace, and thank you for always just being there and checking on me from time to time and just being a really good part of my support system. I think everybody needs one. And this league and certain individuals have definitely been instrumental in me even healing from the things that I've been going through. So I appreciate you guys for that.
That's what this league's all about. We got each other's back, right?
Yes, indeed. But I cannot let you go without giving you the last word. So that can be a song, that can be a poem, or just a simple shout out to whomever you want to, Ace. Right now, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, I'm going to be a little selfish here. I'm just going to say that I want to thank the front office at Lone Star for everything they've done for me and my family. I want to thank the league as well for that. But Lone Star has been like I said, they're just great people. They do work hard, and I want them to know that I appreciate them. We all do, for everything that they do for us.
Awesome. Good seeing you, good talking to you, and can't wait. I'm looking forward to playing you next year.
Yeah, and good luck. Keep going. Keep it rolling out there, okay? We're rooting for you.
We definitely gonna try.
I know you are. Tell Eddie it said hi. Good luck, and we're gonna be watching.
Sounds good, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I appreciate you so much for being on, and next time we're gonna get Deuce. We're gonna get Deuce and Trey on.
I know we got to get Trey on there. If he knocked on my door and peeked in, I'm gonna get on him because he should have came in.
Because I saw his hand.
Yeah,
I saw that. I saw a leg. Why you didn't bring your head over here?
Right. He's camera shy, I guess.
It's all right though. I get it. But look, I'm over here looking like Ref 62 in this outfit.
I was gonna say I was waiting for you to go touchdown.
Listen, if I wish I had my flag, I usually have I have like a little yellow towel and I have a red one too.
Oh wow.
You might see
good thing I didn't get a red one or a yellow one. I didn't say anything wrong. I kept it kind of clean. I tried to keep my mouth clean.
It's all good, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me on, Ash. I appreciate it. Sorry, I don't ask a lot to come on.
No,
just so busy, it's hard to find time.
Listen, whenever time you can, you're always welcome. And like I said, I appreciate all of you for the time that you do give.
That is it. SFL Nation, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Special thanks goes out to Drew Really, Skinny Washington, Ramos Lynn, and Ace Fenech for being on the show. Really appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. And of course, I appreciate my guys, my co-hosts with the most, Diggy and Eddie. Please give us some good words of wisdom. Until next week.
Today in the locker room, Jay Hayden posted, we usually take turns, whether it's me or Big Dog, posting like motivational quotes and stuff like that. Moore. That's Big Dog.
But people don't know that.
My bad. Sean Moore, but today Jay Hayden posted one from a source that's all they do on Instagram is post motivational speeches and quotes and stuff like that. So I think stuff like that is important. Hopefully all teams do stuff like that. And it motivates me and pushes me for sometimes when I just don't feel like doing something or getting up and going to work or to provide for my family or, keep grinding with the playbook, trying to, find a way to win a game, whatever the case may be, So shout out to Jay Hayden for doing that, bro. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate everything you've done for us. And y'all know what it is. Arizona, I love y'all.
We ain't going to hear the quote? I thought that was leading up to the quote. Am I the only one that thought that was leading up to the quote?
Yeah, I actually thought you was gonna say what it was too.
What?
What he posted in the locker room, man.
Yeah, you built that up. We were waiting for the quote.
Oh,
Like,
it wasn't a quote. It was actually
intro up to
a
the
lady
quote.
talking. She was doing like a seminar or something. She was talking for like maybe
Oh.
5 minutes.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Yeah,
I thought you meant it was like one of these little quotes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you can drop that link in the description.
Yeah.
I got you.
No, you know, my advice is just coming from this week. You know, it's tough to lose any game in the league, but especially to lose a playoff game and you know have one of the rare chances to get up there, because it's hard to get there for you all. You know, it's hard for the coaches to get us there, and I appreciate the work, but no matter what, I mean, we all put a little bit into this. You know, not as much as the coaches, but some of us put a lot into it, and you know, it's you get in your feelings when you get a loss. So don't just be smart. Don't stay in them. Just, you know, take the night off, come back and post something in the locker room the next day. You know, you don't have to say something right away. You might say something you regret saying later, or just take a couple days away from it, gather yourself, and come back. And man, it really wasn't that bad, you know. So that's mine. That's mine. Don't lose and rush to retirement. Don't lose and say I'm done with it. Don't nothing. Just I'm done with this team. Don't do none of that. Just take it for what it is, and come back and gather yourself, and then readdress it.
Right. You're right. It is sometimes better to take a second, especially if you know you're in a heated situation. To kind of walk
I just
away.
posted that quote, by the way, in the chat.
Yeah, I
for
saw
that link.
I got it. I'm gonna make sure it goes into the description. But you know, sometimes it is best to kind of take a step back, reassess the situation, especially if you're very heated about something, because you don't want to make the situation worse. And then I think, you know, we kind of learned that. Skinny and I, you know, kind of talked about that a little bit. And so very good conversation. I can't wait for y'all to check it out, you know. But one of the main reasons, besides me wanting to win the championship for the team, because everybody, you know, that has been with us from day one, everybody that has joined us when they didn't have to, everybody that decided to stay, you know, when they could have went somewhere else, chasing rings or being with friends or whatever. I want to win for those people that stayed, but especially for you, coach. I remember all the times, you know, that you would put in the locker room like, yo, I'm traveling here and there, but I'm taking my Xbox with me.
Mm.
All the times that you were up night after night worrying about, like you said, you was physically stressing out about this Florida game. To see a coach work as hard as you do, and when you first got the team, people didn't think that you could even work the offense, being real, because you were known for defense.
Mm-hmm.
So they just wasn't sure what you would do. And to see that you've grown so much, not only do I want to win for the team, but I definitely want to dedicate, if we are the champions this year, it'll be dedicated to you for all of the work that you put into it, for all the times you stayed up trying to figure out what progressions is going to go where, and then teaching us how to do the same.
Mm.
That's a lot of work. That's a lot of time. Drew really just said that he spent over 200 days game planning, simming, all of that. And so if we win this, man, it'll be just that. That'll be for you because you deserve it.
Appreciate it.
But guys, looking forward to bringing you another great podcast next week. But until then, y'all, stay safe, treat each other well. For Eddie, for Diggy, Striker, we're out. SFLm was fantastic this week, and I'm so happy that Diggy decided to, make little notes on all of them. So what I'm going to do is just go over all the scores, give you a little bit of a breakdown, and he is going to break it down even further. So
how come Gage didn't break it down?
Because Gage apparently was working on playbooks, even though he knew Ashley was going to ask him to help out with SFLm stuff. He just
which one is more important, getting the dub or
getting the dub? But you also king at multitasking, right? For what you tell everybody else, you're king of multitasking, so you could have multitasked it, sir. So
I almost said something, but it's PG.
This is probably for Booker Reels anyway. So if you say something, I can always edit it. But
I'm good.
Look at Diggy over there sitting like he's like one of those guys at the tennis matches that's going back and forth. I'm sorry.
Who is Kenny Washington? Who is he? He in the league?
You know what? I'm done.
I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know who that dude is.
You don't know who Skinny Washington
is?
Right
now. He's joking right now. He knows who Skinny is. The only guy
Skinny Washington. The name rings a bell.
You know what?
He in the minors, right?
Oh my God. This God. Yeah, I'm not gonna even.
That's why I say what's up, whoever he is.
Is this blooper? Is this blooper?
I'm just saying.
You know who Skinny.
His name rings a bell.
Skinny and Fox, my guy.
Skinny Washington.
And Fox.
He in the minors.
He's a free agent, man.
I know who Skinny is,
you
man.
Better know. See, found like
man came on my show before. I know who he is.
We got 40 minutes in here. You go here.
All right, my bad. It'd be unlimited if you use my account, but you don't pay attention to me.
Because you don't know the password.
I gave it to you.
No, okay. Anyway.